Get ready for the stream in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Two trailer park girls go round the outside. Oh, wait, we can't. Wait. Oh, okay. All right, we can't do that. Sorry. Hello? Hello? Is this working? Is it still working? How about now? Does it work? Hey, Mac, did it work? Did it work? Ah! No. Testing? Testing on the mic. No. Okay. No. Yes. Yes. No. Maybe. No. I can tell you what. You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking my head up a butcher's butt, but I'd rather take the bull's word for it. No. It's got to be your bull. No. You can get a good look at a butcher by sticking your head up a bull's butt, but I'd rather take the T-bone. No, it's got to be your bull. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I don't know where I'm going. My head's about to explode. We just killed Bambi. Sometimes when I'm driving down the road, I want to jerk the wheel into a gosh dang bridge abutment. What? Anyway, have you ever played Total War or XCOM games? No? Yeah? No? No, I haven't. No. Yes, maybe? So, are the Bills and Chiefs okay? Bills? The Bills lost to the Broncos. Really? Wow. Really? That sucks. I mean, personally, I take great schadenfreude in that, but whatever. That sucks for them. I can't really talk, though, because my team is... If you look up bad football in the dictionary, you're going to see 2023 Patriots right next to it. I tell you what, this guy's some freaking football player. I tell you what, hey. Whoa, hey. Why does work have to suddenly be stressful? I don't know, man. Don't let it stress you out. Embrace the suck. I like the stress, dude. I don't know. This is going to sound so screwed up. And it does get to me at times. But I like it. I like the stress. I like the stress of streaming. It's nice. It's fun. Keeps you on your toes. Yeah, you won a game. Still got Browns and Lions as examples first. The Lions are 7-2. Excuse me. That's my second favorite team. It's the horse of your city. It heard you want to take it out. I'm not a Bills fan. I mean, yeah, it's like voodoo. What's your favorite part of my city? The Stugats is quickly becoming my favorite area. Have you penciled in a stream for IFT2? Friday. I hope it goes Friday, Dead Scum. If it doesn't go on Friday, I'm gonna be on a plane. Hopefully it doesn't go on Saturday. Saturday, if it goes on Saturday, I'm screwed. Because that's the only day I really can't be near a computer because I'm gonna be traveling. It's a travel day. So I might just have to watch NSF with you guys. Which really would suck. But once again, I've been hearing some things. Some whispers from around the horn here. My second favorite team is anyone playing the Packers. Yeah, Sadie, I understand. Yeah, that's like my second favorite baseball team. I love the Red Sox and whoever beats the Yankees. Yeah. You calling DOS for the mobile rig? No, you wouldn't be able to get it here in time. Stream from your seat? I'm not doing that. I don't want to be that guy. You'll get kicked off the plane. Anybody but the Yankees. Yep. Terve. Wait, how do you say it? Like, how are you? I can say, like, good day, good morning, good afternoon. I hope you're healthy. Like, terve is kind of that, but how do you say like how you doing? How you doing? Is there a way to say how you doing? Meta kulu. Ketos. They can't kick you off the plane. Yeah, but the plane can divert. I'm not doing that. I'm not being a burden to other people. That's lame. Don't be that guy. And then you'll wind up on somebody's TikTok saying, look at how much of an idiot this person is. I ain't doing that. Finns don't ask how you're doing unless you want an honest answer. Ah. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, all right, that reads. And then you never get to fly again. Yeah. So, WD, I might end up taking you up on this, dude. You want to co-stream with me? Dude, I'm serious. I might end up doing it. Metacolor metilmane. Mane? Mayonnaise? Mayonnaise? WD-40, I'll shoot you a message. We'll figure it out. Because I don't want to miss this. But is the lunch being pushed to when you'll be in the area? I don't know. It's scheduled for Friday. Everything's looking good for Friday. If it's Friday, we are good. We'll just go hang out at Fish Lips or something, right? do a meetup and hang out at Fish Lips or something, you know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, if it goes on Saturday, I'm boned. If it goes on Sunday, then maybe. If it goes on Monday, I'm also screwed. I have plans on Monday. Doesn't go on Turkey Day. I mean, you want to have Thanksgiving with me? We could exchange turkeys. Gobble gobble. Anyway. Dude, there's wild turkeys around my house all the time. Yeah, they leave their damn feathers everywhere, and they eat all the earthworms in the lawn, and they chew up my damn lawn. You know? Sometimes they're in the way of the door to get into the garage, and I'll go up to them and I go, and they run away. Like, and they look back at me and go, I'm not even kidding. I do that. My neighbors look at me. I don't care. I don't care. I think it's funny. It's funny for me. You got some spare turkeys in your basement? I thought trafficking was illegal. No turkeys in the basement. No. In my backyard. Dude, grab a bow and get dinner. I'd rather go after the deer. I think I said Grab Shark, I think I spoke in Turkey one time to the turkeys, and I did like a Tom Cruise. I will massacre you, because they went, and then they ran away. They gobbled at me, and then, they made it a thing to turn, gobble at me, and then ran away. They're like, no, screw you. Woo. I'm like, all right. Get both. Hellfish, I'm a city boy, dude. I don't know nothing about skinning a turkey. I'm not even kidding. I'm sure I could figure it out after, catastrophically screwing it up. Sorry. I'm sure I could figure it out, but you don't skin turkeys, you defeather it. See what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Hey, Dizzy, 9-month resub. Thank you very much. Why are you being fashionable? Oh, I just wore this because it's cold out. It is, yeah, cold. I don't think you skin a turkey, you pluck it. See what I mean? I'm no farmer. I'm a city slicker, man. I'm from the city. I just live in the woods now. And I'm slowly learning how to, live in the woods. It's nice. It's quiet. My brother asked me what he could get for my wedding, and I requested a bunch of PA venison. Very nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Gotta learn your meat doesn't come from the store. Oh, no, Hellfish. I'm not ignorant to where the meat comes from. I know exactly where it comes from. Bring on the slaughterhouse, homie. Dude, in 8th grade science, 7th or 8th grade science class, we watched Super Size Me or something, right? Let me take care of this. Give me 1 second. All right, we watched Super Size Me, and they were like, look, look, they take the chickens and put it in a blender, and then they make them nugget shaped. I'm like, so? I went and got chicken nuggets like that day. I made my mom drive me. Like, Mom, I want chicken nuggets. We have chicken nuggets at home. No, I want McDonald's. Yep. Yeah. So I am not ignorant to where the meat comes from. I know where my meat comes from, and I am grateful for it, and please keep doing it. I do. Yeah, exactly, Oreo. I'm like, all the girls that I remember, all the girls in the, maybe it was 9th grade. I forget. I think I had my learner's permit, so that would have been like 8th. No, it would have been 9th grade. 9th or 10th grade, somewhere in there. I think I had to have my parents in the car to drive to McDonald's. But I remember driving to McDonald's, so it couldn't have been 8th grade. But anyway, I digest. The epitome. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no. I remember all the girls in my class were like, no. And I'm like, I'm going to get McDonald's right now. I'm hungry. Yeah, 9th or 10th grade? I forget, dude. It's a long time ago. All I know is that I got nuggies that day. That's the most important part. And then, like, I shared with the class the next day. I'm like, yes, I ate McDonald's. And they're like, that's so not healthy. And I'm like, all right, tell me something I don't know. Smoking's bad for you, but people still do that. Give me more McDonald's, man. Yeah, they're reducing their carbon footprint. Less waste. Virtual. It makes sense. Like, I mean, I don't know what the whole point of Super Size Me was. To say that McDonald's is bad for you? Thanks for that. My bullcrap detector, even in 9th or 10th grade, my bullcrap detector was still going off. I'm like, yeah, so what? You ever try Scrapple? No. They're just being efficient, okay? Yeah, Super Size Me was not scientific at all. Yeah, there was the dude. You remember the dude in the original Super Size Me that went and got a Big Mac every day? That guy was fine. He was fine. I don't know what the hell Scrapple is. Oh. A musk of pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal and wheat flour, often buckwheat and flour. Yeah, I'd eat that. Yep, we'd eat that. Yep, that would get eaten. Yeah, that would get eaten. Yeah, that would get eaten. Yeah, I'd eat that. That'd be delicious. Probably eat more of that. We have kind of something like that in New England. It's not. Nah, it's not really the same thing. I was gonna say that's like a Johnny Cake thing. How the heck do you not know? Because we had Johnny Cakes, man. Johnny Cakes are better. Probably not. Tenderloin. Tenderloin is good. We call it breakfast and put maple syrup on. You put maple syrup? Oh. Your Johnny Cakes have meat? No. No, not really. It's leftover. I mean, chicken maybe, but no. Yeah, I've never heard of Scrapple. I don't know. Never heard of that until now. I'd eat it. It sounds good to me. See, Grab Shark doesn't know. See, but, you know, you guys will never know what it's like to get, 1 o'clock White Castle. All right. Yeah, we have that. 1 a.m. White Castle, 2 a.m. White Castle, Nah, Jazz, never heard of that. Pork scraps with a binder. Yeah, I'd eat that. Pork scraps and cornmeal sounds good to me, man. Hey, Branster. That's a 39-month. 39-month. Thank you. Red 8 had a 103-month sub in there, too. Thank you. The headphones audio goes out if I'm not playing music. It's like, oh, you're not listening to anything, so I'm going to shut off. That sounds disgusting. It's pork scraps and cornmeal. What do you mean? It's like bacon mixed with cornmeal. I'm good with this. I'll eat this. Sure. When do we decorate the garage tree? No Christmas until after Thanksgiving, dude. That's my rule. It's a more elegant version of Spam. I'm in, dude. So, here, fellas. Before we jump into cities, I always like to shoot the snot with you guys for a little bit. But, here. So, don't make plans on Friday. Give it 1 second. Here we go. Let me supersize it. There you go. Never had Spam, but it's made in your state. Spam is alright. It's good if you need something in a pinch. I hope Boss Man is right. I don't think he would say this unless we're good to go. So Elon says that he was just informed that approval to launch should happen in time for a Friday launch. So we should, my guess that in government speak, that means Thursday for approval. Or it could be Friday morning, who knows. But also, this video, we did watch it, but I want to show it again just because. Look. Here you go. Oh, word. Nice. Oh, baby. Sorry for pausing. They did. They fixed it this morning, Sean. Bruh. So there was some pretty cool stuff going on here, particularly after all the shots. So those dudes working on the grid fins there. Notice the ceiling in the control room. I didn't. Let me take a look. So that's the pad deluge. So basically, you spray a bunch of water at the bottom of the rocket and the launch pad to make sure it doesn't damage either one. Water is a great way to get rid of sound energy and heat energy. Fuel systems overlay. Can you imagine doing the UX for a freaking rocket? Somebody does that. Somebody does the UX for the rocket. The coolest stuff going on right now is this Twitch channel. Hey, Honor B, what's up, dude? Thank you. That guy's hitting a weld with a flap disc. That's a flap disc. That's used for taking small amounts of metal off, polishing surfaces. I have a couple of those in the garage. But I don't know what the heck a flap disc does with stainless steel, to be honest with you. I'm sure it's different than just regular steel. You know why? Because one's stainless and the other one isn't. What do you think? This is rocket science or something? What are you, stupid? This part right here. Right here, the spin start. So right there, that's the starter motor for the Raptor engines. For the outer thing, for the outer loop of Raptor engines, the outer 20, there's there's 33. So there's 20, 10, and 3, right? So the outer 20 don't have the starting mechanism, which is a pneumatic starter, right? They basically spray compressed nitrogen into the Raptor engines, and that gets the pump spinning fast enough for ignition, right? And then once ignition goes, It's like throwing a match on a grill. It just keeps going, right? So the outer 20 don't have the starter motor, so to speak, on the vehicle because they don't need to. The outer 20 engines don't need to be relit. It's just the inner 10 and the inner 3 that need to be relit for boost back and landing, right? So they farmed out the starting mechanism to the outer 20 engines because they don't need to be there because you don't need this on the booster. That's extra mass. As much mass as you can offshore and put on the pad for the booster, the better. The space shuttle did the same thing. The space shuttle's 3 main engines, those 3 big guys like at the very back of the shuttle. Those things, they're called SSMEs or RS-25D, whatever you want to call it. SSME Block 2, they all work. We all know what you mean, right? Those things also have the starting mechanism pneumatically actuated, right, with gases to start spinning the pumps. And the starter motor for those is also on the pad. The space shuttle can't restart those engines. Once those engines shut off, that's it. Because honestly, if those engines needed to be restarted, you got bigger problems than restarting the engines. Yeah. If they need to be restarted, that means you're falling back down from space very, very fast. Restarting the engines is the least of your concern. Yeah, see? Also, the inner 10 engines right there, the loop of 10 and 3, the inner 13, the loop of 10 and 3 in the center, they also have thrust vector control, 15 degrees of gimbal. See them? The outer ones do not have any thrust vector control. It's just the inner 10 doing their thing. How's the cameraman feeling after that one? He doesn't feel so good, Mr. Stark. That was a booster static fire. There they are. There's the pump right there. That's the methane pump. The methane pump and impeller assembly right there. The pump is actually right here in this part. And down here is a turbine wheel. And then you have your methane pump here, and then believe it or not, the oxidizer pump is right there. It's built right into the top of the combustion chamber. So think like if you like firearms, think like an integral suppressor. This is an integral turbo pump, which is actually pretty cool. Haven't seen anybody do that before Raptor. It's really smart. Did you say turbos? Yeah. Yeah. They're turbos. They're not a turbocharger, it's a turbo pump. Differences. Turbocharger uses a turbine wheel to compress gas. It charges the air, right? A turbo pump is a turbine wheel that moves fluids. Differences. It's a fluid impeller, like a fuel pump on a car. Same idea. But the impeller works a lot more like think like a snowblower. Like the auger in front of a snowblower, like a corkscrew, that's what it looks like. It looks like a gigantic corkscrew. Basically, the impeller is different because moving gases is different than moving fluids. You know, one compressible, the other non-compressible. Kind of a big deal. Homie, you look like a farmer. Thank you. Yeah, it's getting a little cold, so I put on a long sleeve shirt, but take it off here. Hiroshima hairdryer, Nagasaki noisy boy. Yes. Yeah, like that. Man puts on a flannel and then all of a sudden he's a farmer. Well, I tell you what, boy, I might have to take a little break during the stream to go tend to my chickens. I have a bunch of chickens in the backyard and we gotta make sure them damn coyotes don't get at them. Then I'm gonna go take the chicken, I'm gonna pluck it, and then we're gonna go grill it on a propane grill, boy. What, Dad? What if they want their chicken well done? Well, we ask them politely but firmly to leave. Honorable, you had 38 chickens when you lived in Mass. Don't do that to you. Oh. I don't know, man. I don't see any blow-off valves into those engines. There's no blow-off because fluid's incompressible. It maintains constant pressure, Tricks. I'm telling you, it's just a big turbine wheel. They look the same. I've seen them. They look the same. The turbine wheel looks exactly like a turbine wheel on a car. It's just attached to a fluid impeller instead. What if I told you I took your chickens? Well, damn it, boy, you don't just take another man's chickens. What the hell's the matter with you? I have to go back to talking like myself now. Yeah, update 8 for Satisfactory is out today. Yep. So, yeah, you got the turbo part is down here. So, okay, easy way to spot the difference. The turbine housing is small to big. Think an expansion tube like a dirt bike almost, see? That's how you know you're moving gas. When you have variable geometry right there, because it's moving gas. Because it's a turbine wheel. Turbine wheels move gas. The impeller, see how it's the same tricks? You actually don't need a blow-off valve with rocket engines because you're not moving air. There's no need. You want to make more pressure constantly inside of the plumbing. So the fluid, this is the methane pump. The methane goes in right through the impeller. The impeller's right there. It's underneath that cap. And then basically it swirls it. It's a radial impeller. It goes into this. It's not a noisy boy. It's a swirly boy, okay? Differences. And then it's hard to see where the rest of the plumbing goes. The methane goes somewhere. It either goes out and into the combustion chamber down here, or it goes, I forget if it goes through. It has to do with the stage combustion, but yeah, dude, see? There, look at that. Look at that noise. Look at that noisy boy right there. See that? It forces it outward to the walls. It's radial. It's a radial fluid impeller rocket. Yeah, right? Like I forget if it goes through, but I don't think it does. I think that's what that is right there. That looks like a... See, it's coming off the methane pump. It's coming off the methane impeller and then dumping right into the combustion chamber. But SpaceX has the methane going a bunch of different places, too. They'll have it go through a preburner as well. So it atomizes it. They want all the bald eagles. Got it. Yeah, you need all the bald eagles with rocket engines. And you got to make sure all the bald eagles come out this end. Because if they come out the sides, then you got a big problem. You got to let all the freedom out in one shot, boy. Got to come out the bottom, I tell you what. How many chickens would you need under the OLM to suppress a super heavy booster and protect the pad before they all get incinerated? Yes. Warped. A chicken has 2.72 kilojoules per kilogram degrees C. I'm guessing we could do the math. Kilojoules. You would need a lot of chickens. We'd have to figure out what the critical mass of a chicken is before it incinerates itself. Pointless Tesla plug on their behalf. Whatever, dude. I mean, if you owned a car company and a rocket company at the same time, wouldn't you want your stuff pulling your rocket engines around? I mean, the reality of the situation is that SpaceX uses Fords. We used to watch the footage out of Boca Chica every day until NSF kind of stopped doing that. The footage coming out of Boca Chica every single day. Ford, Super Duties, all over the place with the SpaceX logo on the side. You know why? Because Elon likes Ford. He does. It's true. He's admitted it several times in Tesla promos and stuff. He's a Ford guy. All right. Ford and Tesla. Yeah, Rocket Man. It's you. You're the Rocket Man. Anyway. Is it true that Glenn Shotwell told Elon, no, we are making Falcon Heavy regardless of how close you think Starship is to being done? I don't know if that happened specifically, Hayes, but there was a lot of internal discussion about Falcon Heavy. I think Gwen pushing for it does make a lot of sense. Dude, that thing is super useful. I mean, dudes, here's the thing. The TFRs and NOTAMs for the U.S. side also happened. Yeah, yep. Yeah, we're looking good. Here's the thing, fellas. If Starship did not exist, right, and SpaceX was just doing Falcon 9 stuff, if that thing didn't exist, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy with Dragon is a pretty damn good architecture to get anything good out to the moon. Falcon Heavy just needs a bigger fairing. That's the big problem. I mean, but, dude, the case could be made for a very, very robust lunar architecture and planetary exploration architecture with just Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. Yeah. You could... Yeah. Hey, Antares, what's going on? The Cybertruck the way most people want it. I love the Cybertruck with the F-150 livery on the sides. I think it looks good. I mean, so Falcon Heavy, you're getting. I mean, what's Falcon Heavy? Like 50 tons. It could do like 50 tons to orbit to Leo. You give that thing a bigger fairing, or even put like an integral fairing on it, like Atlas, which is kind of what they want to do. They're kind of going to do something like that, but that with Dragon, you could do EOR, lunar architecture, no problem. Like, no problem. The only thing that you really have, the only problem that you really have is, well, you'd need to mitigate boil off. The problem is the liquid oxygen that's on Falcon 9 will boil off over time, so you need some type of protection system for that. Because out in space, cryogenic stage with really cold propellant sitting in the sun all day, because you got to remember the sun doesn't go down when you leave low Earth orbit, right? You're just in the sun all the freaking time, unless the Earth will eclipse the sun, and that only really happens when you're close to Earth, right? So once you go out to the lunar architecture, it's just going to stay daytime for a long time, It's going to stay daytime pretty much until you go to the far side of the moon. So that stage that's using cryogenic propellant sitting in the sun all day and night too, it'll just basically boil off the propellants. If you could figure out a way to mitigate boil off with the Falcon 9 second stage, you'd have a pretty damn robust architecture. 63.8 tons to Leo. Also remember that just because Starship flies doesn't mean they will use it. As far as I know, there's only one company building specifically for Starship in terms of mass volume. SpaceX would need to do what the government wanted to do with the shuttle. Make it only after lifter used. I mean, I don't think the market will use it, Rocket Guy, but definitely there's a case to be made for SpaceX's internal market. With the Starship, with Starlink V2, I think we could see Starships on the regular, you know what I mean? Something interesting from the Peter Beck interview was the high voltage arc is a pain in space. Never thought that 500 volts can arc a meter in space. It's in a vacuum. Works like a vacuum tube, dude. Yeah. And that's fine, sure. I'm talking about commercial use. Yeah. I think a getaway special program, Rocket Guy, would be perfect for that thing. Use the aggregate payload space because you're going to have a lot of aggregate payload space. Starship's payload volume is gigantic. You could fit Skylab in there. Inside of the payload bay, which is pretty damn impressive. I mean, plus once Starship is operational, customers will begin designing for Starship. We saw it with Falcon Heavy. Well, Shoreline, that's the argument. That's what Rocket Guy's trying to say. Yeah. Everyone seems to argue that with Starship Online, no one would use anything else. False. Completely false. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I agree with you. Those people are wrong. We're never going to put all our eggs in one basket again because of the space shuttle, because of the stigma from the shuttle program, from Challenger. Yeah, no one's going to do that. That's why, I mean, Rocket Guy, that's one of the reasons why, I don't understand why people don't like ULA or Blue Origin or anybody else, right? There's no way that they're always going to, like the Department of Defense, for instance, they're always going to spring for 2 launch vehicles because of the space shuttle. That's never changing. Unless Starship can do what the shuttle promised and then some, like exceed the expectations that were set for the shuttle, which are frankly ridiculous by 1970s standards, but we still figured it out, which is cool. Then maybe. It's going to take time. It'd take time for people to adjust to that, but yeah. I mean, maybe in the long term, but no, not in the short term. Absolutely not. And short term in spaceflight is like 10 years. No way. We're never going to put all our eggs in one basket. Meanwhile, James Webb Space Telescope exists. MK, are you suggesting that we make 2 James Webb telescopes? Because I agree with you. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, we should do that. Why have one when you could have 2? The second one is not going to be cheap. It's not going to be the same price. It's going to be way less expensive because you already know how to put one together. The first one, you had to figure out how to put it together. Now that we know how to put it together, the second one is not going to take nearly as much time if we go to choose and make one, but they'll never do that. They're going to make it bigger, believe it or not. They want to do LIVOIR, which is a much bigger lens than James Webb, but similar. It's like a It's like supersized James Webb. Yeah, warp. There you go. Interesting, Rocket. Yeah. No, I was saying that James Webb is so expensive that if it failed, we would set astronomy back for decades. We put all of our eggs in one basket, and while it worked, I don't think it was smart. There was a lot of single fault redundancy in James Webb, but the thing about James Webb is that a lot of the single fault redundant components are super simple. Like let me think. A garage door is single fault redundant. If your garage door opener doesn't work, your garage door isn't opening. Right? But how often does a garage door opener break? Especially on the first try. As long as you knew you put it together right, it's going to work, right? The single fault redundancies are simple mechanisms. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, it all comes down to risk aversion and stuff. We need an assembly line for Hubble and James Webb. Well, Hubble did come off an assembly line. It just wasn't with other Hubbles. You could lift it manually. Yeah, if it has the springs to do it, sure. There's the disconnect. Yeah, that's right. The point is that single fault redundancy, you think single fault redundancy means, well, if it breaks, it breaks. But a lot of the stuff is single fault redundant because it's like a hinge that moves like this, or like a pulley that moves in one direction, and that's it. Like, it's super simple components, right? Like basic levers and tensioning wires and stuff. Like, they're not going to break. That's really, believe it or not, that's really easy physics to quantify. That's pretty much just load and tensile strength and stuff like that. That's really easy. That's really easy to figure out the calculations for that comparatively to what some of the other stuff that James Webb does, right? I mean, I would argue for James Webb assembly line too. I'm kind of with you on that one, but it's just me. Anyway, let's get to cities, dude. We're gonna push it until the thing breaks, but we're gonna get going here. You don't think they'll have trouble selling spots on Starship, honestly? They just need to fully embrace the reusable aspect. Well, I'm pretty sure SpaceX is all in on that, yeah. Well, yeah, Aqualex, that's what Rocket Guy's saying. The market will embrace it when there's confidence in the system, and that's going to take time. No one's going to build payloads for Starship right now because not even SpaceX is sure Starship is going to work. You know, it's possible that they might not be able to see it through. I would say that's highly unlikely, but it is possible. And you know how people are, like, oh, you know, I don't want to spend the money if there's a huge risk. I haven't watched it yet, my Vans. Alright, so the last thing I was working on last night is getting my farming district up so we could zone more residentials. We worked on Moranis, which is a small suburban style area here. What would you suggest for a player who never tried City Skylines or a City Skylines Planet Coaster type game? How to start and not be overwhelmed by information and possibilities. Go slow. Bulk. Go slow. That's my big one. Honey, I Shrunk the Suburbia. Yes. Go slow, dude. So, build a district like this. Make something like Moranis here for your city. Just... yeah, it's not Paramus, it's not Secaucus, it's Moranis. Yeah. And then I worked on a small industrial sector over here. What I'm finding makes a lot of sense is decentralized industry in cities. That way you don't get all your trucks bunching up on one road. So like something like the manifold does work, right? But Yeah, see what I'm talking about? So there is some issues with the dang thing. The manifold is working, though, but I find that there's buildings getting abandoned in it, and I'm not 100% sure why. And then we have a constant labor shortage. What are we looking for? Educated, well-educated. Oh, okay. You know, purchase Twitter so he has zero risk aversion. I suppose. I think people are moving to where the jobs are better because we had labor shortages over here on this area and it's not there anymore. Can people get to work in a timely manner? I think that's the problem with this. The manifold takes a long time to get in there and then get out. Even with the bus route that I put in. So I think people are prioritizing working somewhere else, which is why I think the compartmentalized industrial, or decentralized industrial is better. Interestingly enough. Yeah, something like that, Clayton. I've been having to spam so many schools in your 150k pop city. I agree. You have to put schools basically side by side to get it to work correctly. I mean, yeah, we need more schools. All right, let's get to work. I actually never went in here and fixed this up here, but we'll do that. There we go. What is the project today? Well, we're just going to try to make the push. We're at 342 right now. Moranis is a good district, but I already have people complaining about rent, which means we need more residential. It's really easy to get your city to sprawl, dude, which is kind of nuts to me. That's crazy. The other reason is I moved the farms back so we could put more suburbs that are close. I used to have farms out here, and it sucks because we do have fertile land, like really fertile land out here, but what the hell are you doing? Alright, I'm just gonna pretend that's fine. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna need more districts here. Space van. It must be Lone Star. Yeah, it's me. I'm here to save my friend. Hi, honey. Yeah, he had it hover converted. His delivery people need help. Alright. Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta circulate some air here real quick. I have to get some air circulation in here. I had the trucks running today to make sure that we don't let the fuel sit in them for too long. Yes, I had the garage door open. In case anybody's asking. They're still having trouble with that dang left lane merge. Yes, I had that damn garage door. I had that damn garage door open. Open the freaking door! The ceiling was all heat shield tiles. Yeah, I was looking for what you said. I didn't see it, but that's cool. Good insulation. Yeah, you got good insulation in there. That good insulation. Very good. I wish we could do a drawbridge that opened and closed when ships come through, but... Yeah, Hyper, it came out okay. The swamp came out alright. There's some water that kind of bunches up in certain areas, right? But that's okay. It looks good. Came out okay. Hey, Gagoots! Fuck, what's going on? Hey, you look at the district. That's Tugach. It's a good district. Very good. That's where I had most of my construction contracts. And, you know, we also have some waste management here. Our own waste management. They make power for the rest of the city. No gators in the swamp? It's supposed to be New Jersey, not Florida. Yeah, Stugatz is the district I'm kind of the most proud of, specifically this area. I think that looks pretty right. Came out really good. I haven't finished it over here. We have to do the waterfront and stuff. No, Ziti. No, you have to go to Pizza di Stugaz. 420 Wood Street. That's not the second part. The address I didn't. That was there. It's the simulation, drummer. The simulation goes quite slow. Pizza di Stugaz, yeah. It's on Satriali Street, you know. Actually, it didn't change the address. And where's the Bing? I gotta find it. I gotta find where it would be. Where would the Bing be? Bada Bing! It's a great name. There we go. There's a bada bing. It's right next to the school. In Jersey tradition. We have a Bing Chilling ice cream. Bing Chilling, 大雪. Bing Chilling. 上车上去咯. Bing Chilling. Crocodiles, politicians, same freaking thing. Yeah, I don't know what we'll do down here. Maybe we'll leave it because it looks cool. But yeah, Cities does actually a really good job filling in all this stuff. Filling in the little lakes and ponds and stuff. I think that's super freaking cool. That you can get pretty crazy with moving the water around. You get good with it drinking the wrong water. No, my mama said you're drinking the wrong water. Gatorade. H2O! Gatorade. No, no, stop saying that. No, you're bad people. Mama says you're the devil. That's nonsense. I invented electricity. Ben Franklin is the devil. The Vicky Valancourt, that girl. And I like Vicky, and she likes me back. And she showed me her highways, and I like them too. It's for the children, remember.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
Are there boat docks and slips ramps in the game? No, you have the ferry terminal, which is
local public service announcement.
It's
You're listening to Second Moon, the station for the cultural.
it's just like a giant harbor. This would be like a island to island style ferry, you know what I mean?
Let us move now from the musical page to the.
That's about as good as you can get. It would be cool to have docks and slips and, you know, have it work like a parking lot so people could drive to it, and, you know, when they drive to it, it puts a small boat in the water, right? That'd be kind of sweet.
Whereas I make no apology for my.
I agree, Zeros. Yeah, that would be a good addition. I'll bet you that comes as like a DLC, like the Sunset Harbor DLC. I'll bet you it pops in just like that.
My expertise derives merely from a life devoted.
We could have the real Stugats. We could have the real
Though I
Stugats.
do thank you for the honor.
Dude, we could have the real Stugats. That'd be awesome. All right, let's see. We gotta build up some shrubbery on the banks here, or else this isn't gonna look right at all. It looks too plain right now. We need a lot of trees. You gotta put a lot of trees, and you know, so the ducks can go to the trees. Yeah, I saw some ducks. They were living in my pool. There's a lot of ducks. God, you've gotten weird over the last 10 years. Bro. I get exposed to the internet 10 hours a day, 50 hours a week for the last 8 years. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? For the last 8 frickin' years. I'm amazed I'm not in a mental institution, okay? No one should be exposed to this much internet. It's like acute internetation poisoning. Okay, it happens. I'm sitting here like the Hulk, just absorbing radiation. Internetation. Should be impressed. We are the mental institution. You should be impressed. Plot twist, you are in a mental institution. Well, I'm on the internet all day. What do you think? Everybody says they have mental problems on here, so what do you want from me? Embrace the suck. See, that's how I've been able to keep sane. By just being okay with being insane. It's like a catch-22. You know, if you say you're insane, all right, you're obviously sane enough to realize what insanity is. Okay? Does that make sense? So by recognizing that this place is insane and just being insane and acting insane, I'm actually sane. It makes sense. You just sat there and went, huh, okay, maybe this guy's onto something. So helicopters. Yeah, no, it works. It's fine. Maybe this guy's onto something, right? See, I told you did that. I'm psycho. I mean, Nick. Wait. No. It contains the... You get the first DLC. Getting a lot of influx here. Looks like we need to expand for the industry, and so this traffic jam is happening because I just zoned this district and everybody is going to it. Everybody's moving to it. I'm gonna let it ride. This doesn't necessarily mean we need higher capacity. This is just a jam because I zoned all of this all at once, and we're gonna pay the price for that later. You guys want to see something weird? November 212 HP. That's a real helicopter. So that's a, what is that, a 409? It's a Huey. It's a civilian Huey. That's what it is. But it's a civilian Huey with, it has two turbo shafts in it. Twin turbo shafts. See, there's two exhausts. That means there's two twin turbo shafts. Yeah, November 212 Hotel Papa is a real helicopter. So the Marine Corps uses a helicopter like this. It's called a UH-1Y, a Venom. But I think it's a Bell 409 or 406 or something like that. I forget. Wait, let's see how well is the swash plate modeled? Yeah, close enough. Where does it keep the water? I noticed that a lot of the vehicles don't have animations. They're probably going to patch that in. Like the fire truck just stops next to it and the fire goes out. And the helicopter just... Oh. Poops out water, I guess. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. We already know that the rain slows down the simulation, so if we go in here and we take the precipitation and we just set it to nothing, the rain just goes away and it doesn't croak my sim. the weather, yeah, actually screws it up, which is interesting. It, not screws it up, it slows it down. We gotta put down more trees for the ducks. No, for the ducks. For the, you know, for the ducks. Precipitation also stops forest fires. Ah. I haven't seen the geese in a while, Jazz. No, they went off the map, I think. Do you know if disabling render citizen shader? Shaders Maximus. It could affect the simulation speed due to only if the shaders have an LOD. Level of detail for your shader. So like, look at how the buildings are right now, right? And then let's get close, and then they'll start rendering the textures, right? But they also have shaders on them. The shaders work day and night, like on a day-night cycle. So the shaders do have LOD on buildings, but I'm not sure about, I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't have it on people, but that only has to do with like optimization with the graphics card, man. The shader optimization and the shader LOD, wow. Sorry, that's a lot of people. The shader LOD only is really graphics, dude. I don't think it'll mess with the sim too much. That's a lot of teeth. I'd like to remind everybody that the teeth is a graphics card thing. It's not a simulation thing. That's crazy. Yeah, I will say they definitely set the bar high with making the pedestrians this high resolution, but we also got to remember that they're using a subdivided LOD. It's a subdivision, so meaning that what I'm trying to say is that the teeth are only really rendered when you're up close, like super up close. Out here, they're not rendered at all. They're just specs. And then here is where the highest res version of with the teeth and everything and the subdivided LOD start happening. That's a lot of people, dude. That's nuts. How are the traffic problems doing down here? Oh, they're not bad. This place seems to have evened out. We're gonna go with this temporary roundabout system here just until we figure out what to do with the Sheffield Street interchange, which I basically have shut off completely except for one ramp. Yeah, Hyper, once again, this thing is built, this game is built for what a computer, for your computer specs of like a good computer 5 years from now. That's really where it's at, man. I mean, Cities 1 was the same way, it's just nobody noticed. Like, I hate to be that guy, but Cities 1 was the exact same thing. I remember sitting in Cities 1 right when it came out in 2015 and watching people go in slow motion. Can you zoom in on the people? Yeah, of course you can. The people are super high resolution, man. They're only going slow right now, not because I'm getting bad frames. Like, I want to reiterate this. They're only going slow because there's a ton of them and the simulation is bogging down. Actually, well, we are seeing a little bit of a slowdown with frames here just because it's rendering a lot. This is really taxing out the graphics card. So that is a lot of detail, but it's only really when you're up close. Watch the frames even when we get out here. Let's have the same shot, right? See, there's definitely an LOD. There's a certain point where you fall back with frames like this, and it's definitely only showing it's not rendering the mouth, what's called a mouth bag in character modeling. It's not rendering the teeth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can see, like here, I'll just zoom in, right? See, the simulation is getting funky right there. When you zoom out, watch the frames go up. So there's definitely an LOD with these things. Hey, Damians. I have an i7 8700K Poodle that's overclocked to 4.3 gigs. It's an older processor, and it's still handling a 340,000 person simulation. Have you found the woman in the red dress? Look again. Close enough. Oh, it changed color. Oh gosh, it's white and gold. Yeah, the hair rendering at close range. Yeah, absolutely. Their hair, like I said, these are awfully high-res sims for what it is, but... Ever tried tasty wheat? Nah, but technically neither did you. That's exactly my point. Yeah, a lot of people use my trains, dudes. Look. Actually, we want the transportation key here, not that one. That's just routes. This is what we want. 41,000 people use the train every month. 108,000 use the subway, which is pretty insane. 7,900 are using buses. That's the Stugatz buses for sure. 700 a month use taxis.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Burke, 59 months. So many sims. Yeah, it's pretty hardcore, man. Does my train make money? Let's take a look. Right now it's operating at a loss. A pretty bad loss, but see, here's the thing. A lot of trains operate at a loss, dude. A lot of public infrastructure trains operate at a loss, like Amtrak, for instance, right? That's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Operating at a loss is not that bad if you get like subsidy from the government, right? Now I know what people are going to say. Oh, they're propping up the trains. Well, they're propping up the trains because people use them, and taxpayers use them, and it grows your economy. It's like it's like fertilizer for your city. Think about it like that. Does fertilizer cost you money? Yeah, absolutely. Will your grass grow better? Oh yeah, absolutely. Same idea. So my trains are operating at a loss, but it's also keeping traffic out of the city because, 40,000 people are taking the damn train instead of driving. Are roads profitable? Hell no. But it's fertilizer for your city. So trains operating at a loss isn't that big of a deal. Now, personally, I think, you know, if it makes profit and you do that, that's probably a good thing. But yeah, right now my trains are operating at a loss. The reason why they're operating at a loss is because I laid down way too much track for what I'm trying to do. All this, I'm footing the bill on all of this. All the depots, the loop, all the double tracks, the Ys, everything. And the trains aren't using a lot of this track some of the time, right? So all this extra track out here, that's why I'm operating at a loss right now. I bet you if I just had one single connection to this rail depot, and then just the tracks that the trains operate on, not all my extra tracks, we'd be fine. Like, we're footing the maintenance bill on all this extra track that we don't need. All right, Toga, nice. That's good, man. Yeah, Burke, I covered this whole thing in trees just to see how it affects performance. It really doesn't. Trees are fine. These are, I mean, you see the LODs? When you zoom in, your frames tank a little bit, but it's not too bad. But my favorite thing about this is that the trees look like a forest. It looks like a forest. That looks right. That's correct. Which I really, really like. Did you end up fixing Sheffield? No, I haven't messed with it, Rink. Does the game have LOD? Pretty much on everything. Byunk. Yeah, everything. There's LODs all over the place. In fact, sometimes it takes a second to load up the LOD. Yeah, Burke, my card's running constant 70-80% load, and my processor is maxed with a city this crazy. It's designed to do that. It's designed to take full advantage of your hardware. Season changes would be epic with the trees. That does happen, Zeros. Yeah, when it's fall, the leaves change. Actually, if you notice, so these are pine and oak trees, so they don't, I mean, the oak tree should lose its leaves, but pine trees don't. But if you look over here, there are some trees with no leaves on them. Like that birch tree. Can you make it snow? Depends on where your map is. It'll snow in the winter if your map's not in a temperate climate. Yeah, sure. Que cuidado impresionante. Gracias, amigo. Gracias. Thanks, man. Now I have another question to the expert. How can you prevent your city from being disgusting with cars parked everywhere? Parking lots are not sufficient. Trains, baby. Trains, baby. Trains, baby. Trains, baby. Trains are amazing. You know, I recently finished watching The Sopranos, right? Bobby's my favorite character. You know why? Because he likes trains. He's a train. The guy has a whole model train set in his garage. I'd be like, bro, we're friends now. We're friends now. There's nothing you did, bro. We're friends. And he'd be like, you want to come play, you want to come mess with the model trains? I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah, I want to mess with the model trains, bro. Hell yeah. Oh, thanks, Launchpad. Right on, man. You like trains a little too much. No such thing, Joe. Can I see the tracks? Sure. What tracks do you want to see? This is the Stuttgart line right here. What if he has fake crab meat? It's fine. The train network. Okay, so I have the track that's goes here, like, oh, follow a train? Alright, sure. Let me see if there's a train operating on Stuttgart right now. That's one of my favorites. Where are you? Yeah, alright. This train is going into the city. What about that one? Where's that one headed? Oh, that's just a through train. All the trains that are painted like blurple are mine. Those water glitches after terraforming is really a letdown. There's a water source there. Spinazzi, there's a water source, dude. The areas where there's no water source, it actually works great. See? Yeah, that's because there was an ocean there. And the game has a source block, and when there's a source block, it's always going to try to put more water in because the water will evaporate. So yeah, the areas that don't have the source block accepted the swampiness just fine. I don't have an airport. I don't want an airport. The airport runways are too short, and it makes the city look weird. I don't like it. Where'd that train go? Okay, this is the East Rock Bardney line. Yeah, sure, Burke. The water physics in this are way higher fidelity than Cities 1, dude, which is actually pretty damn cool. It brings a lot of tourists. I understand that, but I don't like that it doesn't look right. Spursor. Yeah, I think it looks stupid. No, you need a source block, Burke, or else it'll break up. But I found that the water is a little less temperamental to evaporating. So if you cut a river that's attached to a body of water with a source block, you know how Cities 1 would flow it for a second and then it would dry up. Cities 2 will keep it full. Yeah, as long as you're zoned below sea level, it'll keep producing water until it hits equilibrium, which is cool. It's fine, Element. It's all good. It keeps chat engagement up, man. I'm okay with it. That's why I've always been against doing commands for things, because it keeps you talking, keeps you going. Just pretend it's the Key West airport. No, condition, we tried all that already. It doesn't really like it. Hey, Ein, what's going on? 38 months. Seems like just yesterday we were all stuck inside watching Rocket scrub on the daily. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll work on figuring out a way to get the save, like share the save file. I just want to make sure we're doing it right. Because the second I put it up, Spursor, no matter where I put it, it's going to get kiss of death. So we got to be careful about that. A lot of people are going to go to download it. Shattermage, the runways for the international airport are 3,000 feet long. Give me a freaking break. Is autosave bad for performance or something? No. Yeah, I'll show you guys the airport, but I was asked about trains real quick. How long were they in CS1? Like 400 meters? Yeah, Red, they sucked. They were no good. I didn't build really good, nice international airports for my cities. I never did stuff like that until they added the airport DLC where you could make your own runways. I know about Santos Dumont. Feel high. Yeah. Yeah, I know about that. Oh, that's what was making the noise. Have a nap, Pythos, then fire the missiles. So, The big thing about the trains, Toga, keep your tracks flat. You see how my train tracks are basically flat this entire way? I mean, they do come up out of a tunnel, but they keep the train tracks as flat and as straight as you can. It's the same case for real life. Trains don't like going up hills, so that goes for everybody. Make your tracks flat and straight. Do not make them curve as much. Now, we're curving because we're going into the station right here. So that's not that big of a deal. But for the segments between stations, make the tracks as flat as you possibly can. The simulation's taking a dump because we're getting near the station with like 40,000 people in it. Sorry, you shot me an email. I'll find a way to do it and make it accessible, okay? But yeah, that's the big thing with train lines. Make them flat. If you look at, like, if we go into the terrain, right? Go into the terrain tools and we look at the tracks. Tracks are always flat, except when they absolutely need to go up a hill. It goes up a slight hill there, and then it goes down a hill. And then it goes underneath the bay, and then it starts going up a hill, and then it pops out here and goes to a Y. From there, that's probably the steepest track that you're going to see on this entire line, right there. That's the steepest part. That's probably like a 2 to 3% grade, which is a big deal for a train. Everything else, perfectly flat. I keep it that way on purpose. Make cuts when you have to. You want to make your tracks look realistic? Flat and as straight as possible. And in this particular case, I did make them kind of go with the highway, so they are a little bit curvy. But even the curves are nice and wide corners. Must be hard for Paradox to fix the lag. This game is lagging because I'm pushing it to its limit, Falk. We didn't have any problems when the city was under 100,000 people. Like, any problems. See? Cross the bridge? Flat. Keep them flat. You want to make your tracks look realistic, that's how you do it. Flat. I must break you. Yes, I'm going Ivan Drago on this.
Discovery,
I must
go
break
and throttle
you. Hey, Clutch, what's going on? See, and then I made this Y, and if you look, the Y, which is a junction for trains, still flat. It cuts through the terrain. Right here, the tracks do go up a little bit, but they go up a little bit so they could get up over the highway. See, the highway's over here. We had to get over the highway, and then we had to get over the river. And then, so when we did that, I had to make the tracks go up a couple of meters. Look, the hill starts like, the hill to get up over this highway starts like way over there, and then it goes down like that. It's a very, it's such a subtle hill that it's hard to even see it unless you kind of look at it like this. Top down, you wouldn't even know. Even from a 3/4 view, it still looks flat. Without the terrain topography, you still can't tell that's going up a hill. That's how real train tracks are. That's how real train track work. Are we ready for Starship? I am, Port. Hang on, guys. I got a nasty headache again today. I'm gonna take some ibuprofen. Come on. Pills here. He got to have H2O. Now that's what I call high quality H2O. Yep. Yeah, Miguel, I know. The problem is it's Tuesday. I still got headaches. Oh no. Ad time, Atomic? Alright, we'll take ad time for a second. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for watching. Be sure to tip your waitress. Here, get a nice zoomed out view for you guys. We'll wait for the people that see ads, dudes. Favorite games, kind of top 5. Kerbal Space Program. Cities is probably behind that. Counter-Strike. I used to be a semi-pro Counter-Strike player like 20 years ago. That was 20 years ago. Oof. Oh boy. Actually, it would have been 19 years ago because Counter-Strike Source came out in 2004. Yeah. It's more realistic, Kubalabri, it's more realistic than Cities 1. Yeah, Max, it's because you got a sub. You have somebody gifted you a subscription. Cuba Libre, see? Libertad, libertad, libertad. So yeah, I'd say Kerbal Space Program is probably my most played game of all time. That's my favorite by a long shot because I'm a plane and spacecraft nutcase. Cities is probably up there, but I can't deny, Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is, yeah, very high up on that list for me. I love Counter-Strike, man. It's one of my favorite games to play. I don't play it that much, though. I haven't even played Counter-Strike 2. I haven't played it too much because the game pushes my buttons. I get pissed. Flight Sim's definitely up there. Do you have traffic jams? Of course, Hyena. Yeah. The thing about traffic jams is if you're a Cities 1 player, it's fairly easy to diagnose a traffic jam and figure out what's wrong, right? Cities 2 is more difficult because you have influx. There's rush hour and stuff. So more cars are on the road in the morning, more cars are on the road at night. So you could have a good road system that will get plugged up at certain times, and you can get fooled into thinking that your road design is bad, when in reality you just maybe need another lane for your exit. Where did I start? Right there. That road is where I started. I started expanding this way, like over here, and then I started expanding that way, and then the city, low density grew this way, high density grew that way. We made the city center and then kept growing that way, and then we grew the city out this way, and then I did over there. And then once we kind of got to the edge over here, I built this highway, and then I built the highway first to connect in over here, and then we built this district going this way. Destagon's at 330,000 pop. Oh, nice. That's cool, man. The Hexagon City style, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, you get influx, Loki. That's what it's called. Influx does happen. It just happens in real life on a lot smaller scale, but it does happen. Best planned city in the world? Planned city? Epcot. It was never made, so I don't know if that counts. Looks awesome, bro. I think I'm gonna get Cities 2 today. Hey, there you go, Goose. Right on. Alright, I think all the ads are probably done, so I'm gonna get back to work, dudes. Yeah, wait until the trees grow in around Moranis. It'll look really nice. So yeah, we're at 344 and climbing. Unemployment is going down. That's good, which means I need more industry. Thanks, DJ. Right on, man. I appreciate the good word. Yeah, see? This is influx traffic, man. When we started the stream, this road was empty. Oofta. We really need to fix that Sheffield Street. We have to fix this. That's New York. That's what it's supposed to look like, Port. It's supposed to look like New York City. This part of the city is supposed to look like Manhattan. Over here, it's supposed to look like kind of a combination of Queens and the Bronx and Brooklyn. Did you figure out something to reduce CPU usage? Shut off the rain, Jack, is really what did it. Yeah, shutting off the rain keeps the simulation at least bearable. How's the farming deficit? Yeah, that's what we were working on yesterday. I still need 4,200 tons of wheat. Wheaten. How about RDR 2? ¿Lo jugaste? Sí. Yeah. Sí, yo juego. Me gusta RDR 2. Me encantan RDR. Great game. Fantastic. I didn't play it on stream though, but RDR 2 is probably one of the best games, like single player games I've ever played by a long shot. Red Dead is amazing. The Red Dead Online kind of sucks. 4,200 tons, Intani. Does dev mode show the sim rate? Yeah, sure. There's our sim rate. We're 0.45 smooth speed. So 0.45 smooth speed with fluctuating like 0.234 interpolation offset. I swear I know what these words mean. Long story short, it's the tick rate. That's the tick rate. Like Counter-Strike, it's a tick rate. It's how often the simulation updates. To optimize, they only ping the cars every once in a while, and what they do is they smooth out the animation of the cars. So when cars move, like if you look at the raw data for how the cars move around, they go instead of right? So the smoothing offset is kind of compensating for that. That's why the cars still look right, even when your simulation is kind of taking a dump. They just look like they're going in slow motion. But you can actually see the tick rate update if you look at a car with another car in front of it and turn on the navigation debug. I'll show you. So let's click on that truck, for instance. If you look, the truck sees the van in front of it, but that's where the van actually is in the simulation, and that's where its animation is. So, I don't know, like if you guys are Counter-Strike players, right? If anybody here has played Counter-Strike, you ever shot somebody and it shows a blood stain on their head and you didn't kill them? You get a no register? Well, that's because stuff like this happens. Here, let me show you. See the box? The box isn't necessarily where the van is, but in order to make the van not look like it's just moving around like that, like around, they use an interpolation offset to make it look smooth, to make the cars look like they're driving around. Yeah, the freaking assist kill. Yeah, exactly. See the tick rate? Tick, 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 tick. That's what it's doing. The simulation offset, the simulation smooth and the interpolation offset is smoothing out that animation to make it look like the cars are actually driving. Yeah. But yeah, that you can detect all that right from this. Like, look, the smooth speed will go into the toilet if I zoom out. And when it goes into the toilet, that means that number goes up. If there's less smooth speed, that means you're closer to real time. So if I just zoom in on the truck, that number should go down. It should start going down. Yeah, see, there it goes. 30, 20. Actually, I said that backwards. The number goes down. As that number goes down, the worse it gets. Higher is better. I got it backwards. I did bowling scores when I should have done golf scores. I have a truck that looks like that. Thanks to you, I learned something new. Well, Sam, I'm a STEM streamer by I guess, kind of by trade, I guess. There's the car debug. There's all the decisions that every single car on the map is making right now, and when this happens, my frames go to dog crap because my CPU is like, why are you doing this to me? But yeah, I like to teach people about how stuff works. That's what I do. I use games to teach people about, in City's case, traffic and, civil engineering and whatnot. But my main game that I play is Kerbal. I play Kerbal Space Program and I teach people about spaceflight. Yeah, no smooth speed equals closer to simulation Ciantic. I apologize, I had it backwards. Yeah, you guys, and some of you guys wanted to see the airports. Here, take a look. This is just the regular airport. Oh, hey, it didn't place. Now, you know, you look at it and you're like, okay, that doesn't look too bad. The more you look at that runway, the worse it gets. So the taxiway is as wide as the runway. This is a regional airport. That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to look like a regional, okay? So not, i.e. not an international airport. There is a bigger airport. I know, Labrit. I'm getting to that. So let's look at an airport near where I grew up. Let's take Norwood. Actually, Hanscom would probably be better. Let's go over here. Hanscom says Hanscom AFB, but it's a regional airport. So, here. You want another thing to learn? And this is going to ruin airports for you in cities. So, mute the stream for about 15 seconds, I guess. If you don't want it ruined. Look at the runway. These hash marks here indicate how wide a runway is for the pilots landing on it. If you're doing what's called a visual flight rules approach, you can look at this and you can see how wide that runway is. So we got 12 hash marks, meaning it's about, I think 12 hash marks is 200 feet. Nope, 150. So it's 150 feet wide. You have your threshold, which is that line, that's where the runway starts. And then every 500 feet, you have hash marks from there. All right, now look at the taxiway. Look at the taxiway. The taxiway is nowhere near as wide as that runway. Not even close. Except when you come up to here. Up to here, there's what's called multiple runway hold short points. That's what that line is. Basically, this is a stop sign. That's a stop sign. No plane is allowed to just cross this unless they got permission from a tower, right? So see the hold short lines? The reason why this part of the taxiway is so big is because you have 3 hold short lines. That's so you know, well, you don't necessarily have 3 here. It looks like there was 3 at one point, but that's the line right there. So the taxiway, see those lines now that I'm looking at this? See those? That's the edge of the taxiway, and this is the do not go here part. Unmaintained surface. Where do you know all this stuff? I'm self-taught, dude. Cuba, yeah. I'm self-taught. Any X's means it's not maintained. But anyway. So you see, the taxiway is not nearly as big as the runway, and the runway is freaking gigantic. See what I'm talking about? This, if you know anything about planes, this is what I'm talking about. Now look at this. This is just yeah, no problem, Stu. That's what I like to do, man. I like to teach people. It's cool to know this stuff, or even then, it's cool to just chill and be like, oh, dude, that's sweet. Even if you forget it tomorrow, whatever. I could just say it again tomorrow, and you'll learn something new tomorrow. It'll be great. I've been doing this for a long time, man. Yeah, see, look, there's the taxiway is wide. There are runway indicator lights on the hold short point. The hold short point isn't even a hold short point. Like, and now don't get me wrong, you could say I'm splitting hairs, and you'd probably be right. I'm not doing that. It just, no. Nah, I'm good, thanks. I'm not doing that. It'd look ridiculous next to the city. The runways for at least a regional airport like this need to be way longer than this. We're talking like, you want to talk like a big airport, like let's talk, we'll go European airports. Schiphol, most of Schiphol's runways are that big. When they put an airports DLC in the game, because that's definitely coming, like they did in the first one, that's when we'll go and make an airport. And I'll use all this information to show people. About 3,300 meters, or about 9 to 10,000 feet, Kratos. Yep. That's most runways. So here, we could use Schiphol, but that's a regional airport. Let's go look at Logan. Logan is the big airport in Boston. These runways that one. So 4 right and 4 left. Actually, they're about 9,000 foot runways. 4 right and 4 left are 9,000 feet, and so there's 9 and 20. Well, this would be from this way. This is 27. How long is 27? 7,000 feet. And then over here, 33 left is a 9,000 foot runway. See what I mean? That runway is like for landing 747s, along with 4 right and 4 left. Those are for landing like 747s, A380s, 777s, A350s. Those are the big boy runways. See these small little baby runways here? That small little baby runway is for like landing a Cessna. That's the size that the runway should be for the regional. Not a fan of the radius stuff on Specialized Industry. Yeah, Nixby, I like the way they did it in 1, believe it or not. Hey, Poison 31 months, thank you. Why do Americans use Imperial? Isn't it better to use base 10? Americans. No. I can use either one, Tulok. I don't care. It doesn't. I don't make it a big deal to make a thing out of the metric system. And I think it's kind of stupid to sit there and be like, well, why don't you use this? Because we weren't taught that, man. I don't know. How does positive traction work on a 72 Plymouth? It just does. I don't know. I know metric and I know imperial. I know either one. I don't care. Yeah, we use Kelly shit. It's a Kelvin, Fahrenheit, Celsius temperature measuring system. It's correlative to the temperature that you boil fried chicken, or you fry fried chicken at. It's called KFC units. I don't know, brother. Feet and miles are easy. They're easy enough to do in my head. No problem. I can do metric, though. Base 10 is simple. I think you'd be terrified to land on this crazy runway that I found. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe, dude. Kelly shite. Yep. You know, I don't make a big deal out of the measuring system. I'll use either one. Which is why when I'm explaining stuff, I usually just give it in feet and meters. Because, yeah. With that being said, if we're going to make a big deal about measuring systems, you see that? That can't be called a football field. You guys can't call it that. You can't even call the sport football because you don't use feet. Can't call it that. It's meter ball now. Okay? Yep. Can't do it. Meter ball. Have you ever flown in VATSIM? No, but I played Flight Sim when it came out. Yep. You guys got to call it meter ball. I'm sorry, you don't use feet. You can't have it both ways. It's not allowed. Yeah, MK, I use either one. I don't really make it a big deal. I'll just, you know, if I was in Canada, I would have no problem just doing metric things. That's no problem. Easy peasy. Love the Monument Park? Thanks. I know a way to use the runway length in game. Yeah. Would be nice if we made passenger planes like that. You're not allowed to use speedometer. It should be speedo feet then. All right. Speedo feet. Speedo feeder. Speedo feeder. Is it real that NASA lost a rocket because of the conversion from feet to meters? Yeah, Mars Pathfinder took a dump. Yeah. But that's not really a feet to meters thing. Somebody probably should have seen that coming. I would contend to say, too, Locke, that that's a project management problem and not a measuring system problem. What about thermofeet? I'm at about 300k. The game is dead. The simulation goes into the toilet. My sim is actually not too bad, but anyway. Thermofeet. No, kilofeet. How about this? We'll compromise. We'll use feet but we'll use feet in base 10, and we'll call it kilofeet. Yeah? Does this make you happy? Field goal. Wait, no field. No, good game. It's better than yards. Yeah, I will say that. Yeah, Army, it did a bad when it got to Mars. But yeah, I still contend to say that that's bad project management. Project management with spacecraft is extremely difficult. I've read a lot about systems engineering. The NASA spec manual for systems engineering, very difficult. What kind of FPS are you getting? My frames are just fine. Looking at the whole city, we get about 30 frames. Yeah, see them up there? Yeah, not bad. It's the simulation that's slowed down, guys. My graphics card is having no problem rendering all this stuff. It's fine. It's the CPU. The CPU is having trouble handling 344,000 calculations every second. Yeah, that's the real problem here. It's having trouble with the 340,000 decisions. Yeah. This isn't a game performance thing. This is me. This isn't a game performance thing. That's me with that's me taxing the frick out of the game. It's having trouble handling a combination of both. No, it's not. It's not at all. I mean, do you want me to show you the loads on the GPU? Like, what? I don't know where you pulled that one out of, but nope, that's not right at all. What are you talking about? Dude, don't mess with me. This is my bread and butter. This ain't like aerospace engineering where I might be in the wrong. No, I know how this works. Pretty damn good at it, actually. See? It's maxing the processor because but the graphics card is not nearly, it's underutilized in this particular case. We could make this city way bigger. Do you have a separate streaming PC? I do, Cuba Libre, yes. Did I say Cuba Libre when I said your name? I did, didn't I? Lo siento, amigo. The CPU is old. Yeah, it's a 6-year-old processor, dude. 8th gen. My type of autism I need to follow. Hey, I'm just anal retentive about stuff, alright? That's it. I'm just a little anal retentive, alright? That's all. I'm a nerd, dude. That's the real big one. I'm a big friggin' nerd. I suppose with a 13.9, we were thinking about it yesterday. With a 13th gen i7, this would have no problem. It would have no problem doing this. Yeah, Climate Observer. Yeah, not Pathfinder. Thank you. Sorry, it's hard to nerd as hard as I usually do because my head hurts. Yeah, no feel. We good. What is the... Oh, God, I love it. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, 6, 7, 8. Oh, yeah, 1 foot, baby. All right. My i7 is overclocked, Salty. What does your performance look like? Like graphs and numbers? Look at this graph! Isn't it 1 foot 12 inches? That's correct. Or about 30 centimeters, dude. Those are decifeet. Okay, back to work. Then why was it 10 there? What in the absolute Where did you get this? What what is this? Are you shitting me right now? Oh my god, it's in tenths of a foot. It's kilofeet. Ah! Where did you get this? Where did you get this crap? Surveyors. That's a surveyor's tape measure? What in the frickin' frick? What? Ah! Go back to where you came from, man. Damn. Yeah, civil engineers and contractors use them for road. They use feet in decimals. Oh man. Oh god. Oh god. That's terrible. I freaking love it. Freedom units, baby. Lunar units. Demons, go back to where you came from. What have I started? Oh god. Decifeet. Oh god. Oh god. Imperatrix. Get out of my swamp. Okay. Alright. Alright. No, Hellfish. I say that as a joke, please. I'll just stick to feet and meters.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Cuba Libre! Bienvenido a Control de Mission. Welcome to Mission Control. It's a nice boulder. What do the mods do for cities? Soon. People are... So... Kella, people have been telling me... I actually talked to the guy that made the Move It tool the other day. I actually know that dude. That guy's pretty cool. His name's Cuboid. He's a nice dude. He said it's taking some time because City Skylines 2 looks like City Skylines 1 on the front end of things, but on the back end, it's a completely different. It's a completely new game. Like, there's not much here. This is ground up. So how like mod implementation works is different than City Skylines 1. So it's gonna take a second for the modding community to figure out what's going on. Right now, they're doing a Cal Naughton Jr. I'm a little confused by your tactics. I'm gonna keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Yeah. Like I said, at face value, Kella, that's what I'm saying. This looks like Cities 1, but it's not. It is ground up. I can tell you. I never saw anything like the debug menu in here in City Skylines 1. Not even close. Do you like Cities 2? Absolutely, Goose. Look at what you can do. Look, okay, so look at this. See this city right here? See what this is doing? Like Stuttgart, it's one of my favorite districts because, look, that right there is Cities 2 with no mods. This is the base. When the modding community catches up and figures out how to start putting stuff in this game, oh my goodness. You're in for a freaking treat. Look at that. That would look good. This is, if I could... A City Skylines 1 city. If I could like duplicate this exactly and put it in City Skylines 1, you know how many mods you'd need to make this look like this with Cities 1? No way. Not even close. I don't know what to do with my hands. I felt like I was on a spaceship. Yeah, car was running real good. Car's running real good. I felt like I was on a spaceship. Car's running real good. Anyway. I don't know what to do with my hands. You just put them by your side. Yeah. All those key walls under the elevated roads have to be custom. Where? Key walls under elevated roads. Over here? No. No, that's part of the road building system. Those aren't keys, they're roads. ROADs. Oh, in CS1. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Bun. I was gonna say, no. But yeah, for real. Like this right there, getting a bridge to look like that in Cities 1, yeah, good luck. Good luck with that one. So here, check this out. This is my selling point for any Cities 1 players that are wondering, like, and don't get me wrong, I ain't getting paid by Colossal to say this. This is more of a quality of life thing. Alright, so take a look. Alright, say you're building a highway. 2-lane highway, right? Okay, you want to build an on-ramp? Alright, so you'd get your continuous curve tool and you do something like this, right? There you go. Your on-ramps basically all look like this. Cities 1 won't really let you build a straight road like this. Unless you had a mod, unless you had like Anarchy mode or something, or network extensions, or Move It or something, right? So, you see what I'm talking about? And then your highway, your traffic's gonna be going down this, right? And what your traffic's gonna do is when they get to the start of this, they'll be in the left lane and they'll try to merge across the passing lane, or the traffic lane, to get to Evergreen Highway, right? Big pain in the butt. And then you're gonna get a single car traffic jam in the left lane trying to get to the right lane, right? Really freaking annoying. So you have to do kind of all kinds of trickery to get it right, and maybe put the on-ramp on this side or whatever. Big pain in the butt, all right? Check this out. Watch this. So you make the road, right? No problem. You want to put an exit ramp on it? Let's go to the straight tool. Say you want it to be close. Like that. Boom. There you go. Now, even if you did this with mods in City Skylines 1, you're still going to get that traffic jam thing. You're still going to get a traffic problem. And it's going to be a real big pain in the butt. Right? Check this out. Road upgrade over here. Get rid of the ramp. Right here. See that right there? That right there is worth the price of admission. That the fact that you can do exactly this. Now I know it doesn't seem like much, but if you played Skylines 1, you know exactly what I mean. This picks up a merge threshold here. So cars in the game are self-driving. They're algorithmic, like a self-driving car is in real life. It's using an algorithmic AI. It's a very, very basic thing, to the point where I wouldn't even call it AI, but it's not a neural net. It's just an algorithm. It's just algorithmic decision making. So if the car enters this stretch of road, it'll see that the dotted line is there, and it will merge. It'll merge. Here, let me put this road in. Take a look. I built it in the wrong direction, so let's flip it. Oh, flip that too. Look. Now, if you go from 2 lanes to 3 lanes to 2 lanes with the ramp, see how it runs those dotted lines there? The AI understands that that's a merge threshold for the off-ramp, for Daffodil. See what I mean? So when the cars come down here, when they enter this segment, they'll get into the right lane. And when they enter that 3-lane segment of road, they'll get into the merge threshold and go over there. No more left lane traffic jams. Yeah, that doesn't happen in Cities 2. That won't happen. And once again, this is... If you're newer to Cities, you're going to be like, well, yeah, obviously it's going to prioritize the exit ramp. Duh. Cities 1 didn't do that. It was just the car simulation starts at point A and it goes to point B, and anything that gets in its way, it plots out the shortest distance. Anything that gets in its way gets blocked. It'll stop. Traffic, they weren't decision based. So the traffic would get into the left lane and they'd enter the cell and be like, oh, I got to get over there and go over there. No. It'll get into the right lane, and then it'll get into the merge lane, and then it'll take the ramp. That right there, worth the price of admission. That's any Cities 1 player. If you played Cities 1, you had traffic problems, you see stuff like that, amazing. What are the major weaknesses of 2 right now? I'm not really happy with how the industry works. I think that it needs to be a little higher fidelity than this, but other than that, it's not bad. Why does it seem like a better way to do exits in real life? Exits have to do with differential speeds, Fireworks. So if you take a right onto an on-ramp, and that on-ramp is 100 feet, well, you got 100 feet to get up to highway speed, right? If that on-ramp is 1,000 feet, you have way more time to get up to speed to match the speed of the traffic and merge. Differential speeds on roads are what causes that problem. And Cities 1 is no exception. That's why I made really long on-ramps on most of my intersections. Airports. Yeah, I'll go with that one, Bob. City Skylines 2. Skylines 2 traffic makes Skylines 1 traffic look like SimCity 5 traffic. If you're a longtime City Simulator player, you'll know exactly what that means. Could you tell me how much RAM the game is utilizing right now? 18... Total memory usage is 18.6 gigs. Cities is using 10 gigs of that. Everything else is using all the other stuff. I never played SimCity 5. I don't think anybody played SimCity 5, think. People bought the game and tried to, but I don't think anybody played that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Mono, you want to see graphics? Sure, no problem, dude. Take a peek. All my graphics are set to high. Like, I'm not trying to shill for this game. It's a good game. I do have dynamic resolution scaling not on. That's because I'm running in native, so we're 1920 by 1080 here. Depth of field is shut off. Everything else is set to high. Depth of field and motion blur are shut off. Those are my 2 big ones. If you want to improve performance even more, you can shut off volumetrics. I can run volumetrics on high, and it's not that big of a deal. Volumetrics are the clouds. So let's take a look. We have a cumulus cloud, right? Or what's low-lying clouds? Low-lying clouds is cumulus, right? Weather guy, where are you? Yeah, no problem, Mono. So this is a low cloud. If you look, the low cloud is casting a shadow on some of my city. See that? It's casting a shadow. That right there eats graphics cards. That's why the devs were saying if you're getting bad frames, disable that. Trying to cast a shadow on just parts of your city, that's like, see how it's dark over here? The game handling shading and lighting for this and shading and lighting for this at the same time is, yeah, not eats graphics cards, dude. But the developer, Colossal basically said in their dev notes that the game is made for what a recommended build would be 5 years down the road. Keep that in mind. I thought I had that disabled, but you still get a shadow. Interesting, drummer. Yeah, Kella, I know what you mean. What do you mean about by the recommended setup? The devs, basically a week before the game came out, Thrawn, said shut volumetrics off. At least, drummer, I think the volumetrics is the clouds. Now that you said that, now I'm second guessing myself. I'm pretty damn sure, but I could be wrong. So Thrawn, the devs basically said shut volumetrics off, shut depth of field, and shut motion blur off. Shut all 3 of those off. I did that right when the game came out. In fact, I didn't even shut off volumetrics. I shut off depth of field and motion blur, and I have never had bad frames with this game. Ever. I could always move around like this. It's the simulation that's taking a dump. Look how they massacred my boy. What's that, Creeper? Relativity's working on the test stand. Oh. That's a rocket engine test stand for people that are wondering. Demo update. At the A2 test stand, we've successfully removed the historic LOX tank, and as a bonus, the hydrogen tank is off too. Yeah, those are the cryogenic tanks. So they need, if you have an engine test stand in rocket science, dudes, if you have a big engine test stand, now that engine test stand was designed for Saturn V second stages, right when it was first built. That's the A2 test stand. It was designed for the big S2 Saturn V stage to take us to the moon. So it's a gigantic freaking test stand, right? So after the shuttle program, they retooled it to just test shuttle engines because they couldn't put a shuttle on a test stand and fire it, right? That's what they did to the B2 test stand, but that's a different story. So they just wanted to test the shuttle engine so they could, run them without launching a space shuttle, right? So they retooled it to just be an engine test stand and gave it fuel tanks. That's what those fuel tanks are. Frankly, I'm happy those fuel tanks are gone. That test stand, the A2 test stand, shouldn't be just for a single shuttle engine. And Relativity is going to convert it back into a stage test stand, which is what it was intended, as God intended. Which is actually pretty cool. So you can see that this part, so the flame bucket's down here, so the business happens right up in here. You can see that this part of the test stand creeper they didn't demolish. That's because that's where the service gantries were for the S2. How do I know all this stuff? I'm self-taught. I know you're thinking it. Happens every time. It's designed for testing that. It's possible to build a bridge over the seaway, struggling to do so. 40 meters, Bell. Got to build a bridge up 40 meters. I'll show you how I did mine in a second when I'm done nerding out. Will you be streaming Friday You'll be streaming Friday morning, right? Oh, man, I'm going to be here for Starship. I'm not missing that. Space is my number one. I do city stuff on the side. But we've been on a hard binge because Cities 2 is fantastic. Are you an engineer? Nope. Self-taught. But see how that's, if you look, the second stage is, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 stories tall, right? Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories. See what I'm talking about? That was designed to hold those things, which they made a lot of power. It's like power. It's like pure raw power. Here, let's go S2, A2, test. See? They're converting it back to S2. Like that. They're converting it back to S2 configuration. Gosh, that makes me happy. Get rid of all the shuttle crap that you put on that thing and ruined it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you not notice the heaps of scrap metal in the foreground? Yeah, that's all the crap from the shuttle. From all the shuttle stuff. They're reverting it to a clean test stand. Like that, dude. Look at how Chadley that looks. That is a Chadley test stand. See how clean that looks, Creeper? Now that's a test stand, baby. That's what it should look like. But if you just type A2 test stand, they put all this crap on it for all the shuttle stuff. See, that's what all the scrap metal is. It's all that garbage. And it looks like they may have taken the integration cranes off too, which kind of blows, but that kind of sucks. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, with the Apollo program, they figured that they would be testing so many freaking rocket tests. They would be doing so many rocket tests to make sure that every stage was good to go before they fired it, that they just built cranes right into the test stand. So it's funny because this picture says that Alarmy owns it, but it's NASA's because there's a NASA logo. I'm just saying. Anyway, moving on. I know the NASA press kit that this came from, but let's just pretend I'm not a complete nerd for a second. See, you have your lower crane and you have your upper crane. So they move the thing in on a barge horizontally. Both the cranes pick the front and the back of the stage up, and the back crane lowers and the front crane lifts, and that takes it and turns it vertically. When it's in the vertical position, they have a step jig right there that they take off, and then they just pull the stage up and drop it down on the test stand. They built the cranes right into all the test stands because they thought they were going to do a ton of testing. Yeah. So, a little bit of word on how big the S2 actually is. That S2 is 10 meters wide. 10 meter wide stage. Yeah. 10 by, I don't know, 30? Yeah, 10 by 30. It's gigantic. Maybe, actually, it's probably 20. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. So, we're talking 33 feet wide. 33 feet wide, about, I don't know, 70 feet tall. It's gigantic. The S2 is a monster stage. But yeah, it's cool that it's going back to stage testing because they just built fuel tanks onto the S2 integration platform and just did shuttle engine tests for the longest time. That's not a shuttle engine, that's a J2, but cool, huh? Yeah, little word on test stands. So Relativity is a private company that's looking to make reusable rockets in the future, and they need a test stand to test their reusable rockets. Now, why do you need a big freaking test stand like that? You need a big test stand because you need to make a bigger rocket if you're going to try and reuse it. Because that rocket has to go all the way freaking up there and then come all the way back down. You need a big rocket to do that. NSF countdown stream is in 28 minutes. Yep. How many decifeets? Oh God, please. 7? Seven decifeets? Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Where did the RS-25E tests happen? Well, the A2 test stand was built in conjunction with the A1 test stand. The A1 test stand looks exactly like the A2 test stand. They're actually, these two right there, 1 and 2, were built at the same time. Yeah, actually, well. See, A1 and A2, they were made for testing 2 parts of the Saturn V. They were made for testing the second stage and the third stage, and you could swap in between. You could do either one, you just need an adapter, but both of them are basically clones of each other, A1 and A2. So, like I said, one was designed for the Saturn V third stage, the S4B. The other one was designed for the S2. And then you have your B2 test stand, the B1 and the B2 test stand, which basically looks like if you tried to take an oil rig and put it on solid ground. So the B1, B2 test stands were designed for Saturn V first stages. They were where you did static fires, like what SpaceX does. SpaceX does, well, they don't do static fires much anymore, but you can see right there, the housing for the top of the stage is still there, and then they bolt down this sucker to this big concrete platform and fire the damn thing. The B series test stand is a twin launch complex. It's basically symmetrical, mirrored on both sides. So you have the B1 test cell and the B2 test cell. Last time the B2 test stand was used was for the SLS. The SLS rocket, NASA's new rocket. They put the entire core stage up there, filled it up with fuel, and sent it. Bigger rockets. What about the pollution from rockets? Never hear that talked about. The pollution from rockets? Like what? Like what kind of pollution are we talking about here, Rich? What do you mean? So, Zombie, the current RS-25 tests happen on the A1 test stand, which is called the Fred Hayes test stand now. It's the A2 sister test stand. Burning fuel. Aren't they? Well, yeah, of course. But the SLS core burns hydrogen. No pollution there. There's no carbon emissions there. Water comes out the back. Well, water vapor, but... I mean, Rich, long story short, dude, rockets are a drop in the bucket compared to like an airplane or a container ship. Yeah, of course, everything pollutes. Everything that's not natural pollutes. You pollute to some extent, sure. But, I mean, honestly, rockets are a negligible amount. And if anything, you know, if you're using certain propellants, like if you use methane, I know that sounds bad because methane is a greenhouse gas, but if you're using methane or using hydrogen, the byproducts are nothing. They're the byproduct of a Hydrolox rocket engine is just water vapor. Not a big deal. And we don't really launch, even launching sub 2 days like what SpaceX does, we don't really launch enough for it to make a difference. You want a bone to pick with things that fly through the air that generate carbon emissions. I think airliners are probably where you want to go pick that fight. So what does the SRB emit? Burn. The byproducts of an SRB are not good for UO Force. Hope so. Yeah, Rich, it's not a big deal. Small price to pay for going back to the moon. You know, think about it, dude. You know, yeah, the rockets pollute a little bit. It's not, like I said, it's a drop in the bucket. Here, take a look at this. Let me show you something. So there's a site that I like going to called ADSB Exchange. ADSB Exchange basically shows everything that's flying around that has a transponder on. Let's look at Europe for instance. If you're worried about pollution, I'd be a little more pissed off about that than I am about rockets. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, all these things are putting out as carbon emissions. Carbon emissions is good for the trees. The trees can absorb it. I mean, don't get me wrong. They put out a lot more than what the trees can absorb. But I don't know, maybe if we plant more trees, I don't have a problem with that. Is this better than Flight Radar? I like ADSB. Flight Radar's good too. What's that one? You know, sometimes you get weird indicators there. The old trash. Let's just look at this right now. Okay, thanks for clearing that up. Now, where do we complain about planes? I don't know, man. Planes aren't even the worst offender. Container ships are. Container ships have the worst carbon emissions, and the honest truth is, everybody turns a blind eye to that because nobody wants to give up the convenience. Go figure. That's where I would pick a bone with people if you're worried about the environment. But I mean, dude, I'm not going to steer you wrong. If you're worried about pollution, I'd say that's where you go pick a bone. But I'll be honest with you, it doesn't really bother me. Like, you can call me a piece of crap for that. That's fine. You'd probably be right. But at least you know where I stand. I'm going to be honest with you. Maersk is doing something about it. Yeah, for sure. Let's go back to sailing. Well, some container ships at Ugelmuz are putting sails on there to save, and they're using the trade winds. Gone back to using trade winds again. It's true. Lack of public transport in the U.S.? Yeah, I guess a little bit. But see, like, here's the trick, fellas. Like, here's the thing, dudes. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat things with you. I'll be honest. Like I said, is anybody willing to give up convenience? You want to pollute less? Have the factory be closer to your house. No, but nobody wants that, right? We all everybody gets their goods from overseas, and that has to go on a container ship. Now, even all those damn container ships that are polluted, doing all this carbon emissions, all this stuff, right? Blah, blah, blah. Like, that's bad, right? We don't want to put too much carbon in the atmosphere because then it could wind up with greenhouse gases. We could heat up. It could end up like Mars. I get that. I understand that. That makes perfect sense, right? But also, here's the thing. Want to know what a real kicker is? The volcano that erupted, the Tohotonga volcano, that thing put more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere than we have in the past 10 years. You can go look this up. I'm not making this up. I'm not trying to steer you wrong. Like, you can be pissed about pollution. That's cool. I understand, and you're absolutely right. But that volcano, basically, for all the effort that we make to being carbon neutral, and all the effort that we make to try and reduce carbon emissions, all that effort we make to try and not pollute, the volcano just ruined it. It offset it. And guess what? Iceland ain't looking too good either. Kind of sucks, right? So, even if we choose that we don't want to have carbon emissions, Earth still has natural carbon emissions. It's just something we're going to have to deal with. Because volcanoes ain't going to stop erupting anytime soon. Yeah, volcanoes put the worst type of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Steam, water vapor, very bad, and just like the rocket, but the rocket ain't putting nearly as much. We'd need to launch like a moon rocket every couple hours for like a year straight to equal what that volcano did, and in like 2 days. Yeah, SO2 emissions max are not good. Sulfur dioxide is very bad. Yeah, that's not good. But if Earth decides that it wants to heat up our atmosphere, we don't really have a choice. Now, that doesn't mean that you should just go about, you know, pouring oil all over your front lawn, right? Like, don't do that. That's bad for it. Maybe, Gujar, I don't know. But, yeah, it's just stuff to consider, dudes. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like pollution is a good thing, but, you know, yeah, it's important to understand the whole scope of how this works. Like, you can be pissed about pollution. That's totally cool. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, yeah, it's a drop in the bucket. No, it's not a drop in the bucket. If it's too many drops in the bucket overfills and then we're screwed. But what I could tend to say is that if we're gonna pollute, we should pollute it by going into space and figuring out how to build a city on the moon so we don't have to worry about this damn problem. Because if we do all the manufacturing up there, then we don't do it out here and we don't ruin this planet. I'm just saying, just putting it out there. You know what I mean? How dare you? Yeah, you know, I'm just saying, just putting it out there. just saying. Yeah, throwaway culture is terrible for the environment, Bonga. Oh, absolutely. Can't ruin an atmosphere if there isn't one, baby. That's right. How do you know all this, bro? Are you a civil engineer? And I'm self-taught. I just like engineering because I'm a nerd. I'm a 3D artist by trade, if you want to know. Yeah, I teach people about engineering and this kind of stuff here on Twitch, you know? What feeling did Mass Effect leave you? Fargo, don't kill me. I've never played Mass Effect, ever. I know Mass Effect 3 sucked, though. I heard it through proxy. It was spoiled for me. Do you think skyhooks could work? Matt, a skyhook, conservation of energy, yeah, you could do it, sure. But it's better to just launch a rocket. You know, all the cheaty ways of doing stuff like this, right? Like, you know, space elevators, skyhooks, stuff like that. Yeah, that could all work, dude, but it's like if we wanted to build a bridge. Say we wanted to build a bridge from Nova Scotia to Greenland to Iceland to the UK. Could we do it? Could humanity do it? Sure. Yeah, of course we could figure that out. Floating bridges exist. That's fine. It would be a pain to maintain that bridge, but we could do it. Sure, absolutely. The real question is why? Why would we do that when you could just use a container ship? Maybe in the long run the bridge is better, but I highly doubt that the bridge maintenance would be less than a container ship. It would be way more, because you have to deal with ice. That's the problem. The ice comes out, you know, every spring, the ice melts and it all floats down into the ocean, and you don't need a gigantic iceberg doing a Titanic to your bridge. The iceberg comes to you. In Atlantic Ocean, the iceberg find you. A space elevator is the same idea. You build this. Could we build a space elevator to low Earth orbit? Sure, absolutely. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. Sure. Why? Why would you do that? We could just fly into space. It takes 8 minutes, and there's no way it would be as expensive as a space elevator. Right? Like, that would be a freaking monumental effort. You'd need trillions of dollars to figure that one out. It's not impossible. You would need a counterweight at geosynchronous orbit. So humans would just need to figure out how to build a skyscraper that's 23,000 miles tall. The tallest building in the world is a kilometer. So that's 2/3 of a mile. So, you know, 2/3 of a mile, 23,000 miles. You know, we're close. Sometime. But you'd need a counterweight in order for the elevator to stay taut. That's the real problem. You can't have your elevator end 100 miles that way. It'll just fall right back down. But if you have a counterweight that's equal to the entire mass of the elevator at geosynchronous, that's, once again, 23,500 miles that way, or about, 38,000 kilometers up, straight up at the equator? If you had a counterweight out there that's equal or more than the mass of the entire space elevator, sure. Yeah, why not? I don't think that's not out of the realm of possibility. We could figure that out. It's the same idea as if you took like a yo-yo right? Took a yo-yo and you just started doing this, and the yo-yo would basically, we could do it. But the other thing to take into account is now you're putting a tensile force on your elevator to get it to stay taut. You want to pull that elevator string tight, right? You're putting tension on it. So you need something that can basically be stretched, right? And remember, at the end, there's that counterweight out there that's equal or greater than the mass of the entire bridge. So now you need something that can handle the tensile strength of the momentum that is induced from, I don't know, a 2,000 ton counterweight. You need a cable to hold that 2,000 ton counterweight and be able to handle the stretch, the tensile strength. That's the hard problem to solve. Not unsolvable. Big enough steel cable should do it. Okay, so now you have a steel cable that's 30 feet wide, right? Say you have a steel cable, you braid the steel cable 30 feet wide, it can handle the tensile strength. How the heck do you make one that's 23,000 miles tall? Maybe a rocket to get into space? To launch your cable? Shoot it off like a harpoon? Maybe that'll work. But now you're using a lot of rockets that you have to launch constantly, all the time, basically every day, to build a piece of infrastructure that you're basically going to do the same thing with. See, it doesn't make sense. That logically doesn't make sense. How do you solve a tension problem with a tensile pencil? Knotters. You built this from nothing? This is my city, Samir. Yep. See what I mean? Could we figure that one out? Oh, hell yeah, we could. Humans are good at doing that. Maybe not in our lifetime, but we could solve that problem. But right now, that doesn't really make a whole lick of sense. Thanks, Samir. So space elevator is a Rube Goldberg machine, basically. That's why there's not that much research into space elevators. That makes no sense to do that. If you're gonna build a bridge across this, right? This is why I use the bridge as an example. If you're gonna use all these different container ships and construction ships to build a bridge that goes across the entire Atlantic Ocean, you're gonna need thousands of freaking boats that are constantly sailing out back and forth. Wait, we already do that. We already do that right now. Why the heck should we build a bridge? That makes no sense, right? Like it's kind of dumb. Once again, the maintenance of that bridge has to be less than a container ship. Container ships don't really care. As long as you don't beach one in the Suez Canal, you're fine. Humans are good at making cakes. That doesn't mean we should make a cake space station. It would be tasty though, Transit. But yeah, I agree. Oh, nice, Sebby. That's cool. Right? That's what engineering is about, dude. It's not about whether we can and can't do it. Hell yeah, we could build a space elevator. I'm convinced we could. We made stuff like the space shuttle. Are you kidding me? We could make it. We could absolutely do that. We're plenty smart enough to be able to figure that out. But why? Why would you do that? Sorry, I ate the space station again. It was delicious, but now I'm running out of oxygen because we have a leak. Got one for you. You see aircraft travel updated to rocket travel like what Elon has planned, reducing travel time by far. Well, yeah, Samir, but sure, it'll reduce travel time, but remember, the context, that's a huge death wave for what it's worth. We should probably figure out why that's happening. That's probably not good for the city. I think my population is going down because everybody's dying. Right? We should probably fix that, but we'll fix it in a moment. So, rocket travel is all fine and dandy, Samir, and yeah, it would take way less time. I could get to Europe from New York City in 15 minutes. Sure. As long as the landing pads and stuff are there, 15 minutes is pretty good. But you got to think about the total impulse of energy here, all right? Honestly, point-to-point rockets, you think the planes pollute? Point-to-point rockets are way worse. Way worse. Why? Well, yeah, you're going faster, but you're using more energy to go faster. Think about it. You're using more energy. Because you're using more energy, if you have a carbon-based propellant, well, guess what? You're using more energy. Yeah, you get there real quick, and your flight time isn't that far, but you're putting out probably, I don't know, 16 to 18 times more carbon emission. That 16 to 18 is made up. I have no idea. I could do the calculations if you want. Just full disclosure. You're putting out way more emissions because you're going faster. You're using more energy. This is conservation of energy. This is basic physics. You'd be polluting more. If rockets flew on the frequency of planes, that's... I don't know, man. With that being said, point to point would be really freaking cool. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I wouldn't appreciate that, right? Like... See, the thing about that plane, though, is that the plane gets up there and the plane is very, very efficient. It doesn't use a lot of energy when you're up at altitude. Why? Because there's less air in the way. Now, the spacecraft will get out of the atmosphere and it doesn't have to deal with the air, right, until it comes back down for re-entry. But that's used to bleed off speed in that case, which is smart. That's a good idea. But you still need your total impulsive energy for Starship point to point would be way more than a 747. It wouldn't even be close. The rocket would use way more energy, but you're using more energy, you're going to get there faster. If employed in scale, right, maybe that'll work. Sure. Like work in terms of, being more efficient. But you'd have to employ it in a lot of scale. I don't know if that would ever replace something like a 747 or an A380 or a 777 or an A350. I don't think it ever would. But maybe. That would be a cool future. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Buck Rogersing down in Paris and going to lunch in Paris would be, oh yeah, I'm in New York. I have a business meeting in Paris in about an hour. I got to go. Now, that'd be cool, commuting to work in Paris, that'd be pretty sweet. Or Berlin or London, that'd be pretty freaking cool. But also, you gotta remember, with thermodynamics, with engineering, if you want it done faster, you're usually gonna use more energy. And if you use more energy, well, that means your fuel bill's gonna be higher. The 225 new mark, yep, I have unlocked all the tiles, XNZ, yep. A fully loading 777 uses 70,000 kilos of Jet A. 70,000 kilograms? Ooh. Yeah, that's nothing compared to a rocket. You're not even close. Would be better if it was all Hydrolax. Oh yeah, absolutely, Aqualux, sure. But remember, if we're talking about in the context of pollution, right? How much carbon emissions did you get to make the energy to make that hydrogen? See, that right there is the reason why you don't see hydrogen cars as much as we want. Everybody's like, oh, hydrogen cars. They're the future. It's super efficient. The only byproduct is water. Yeah, the only byproduct's water, but you need a damn fuel refinery. The hell do you think the fuel refinery is using? To make the freaking hydrogen. What do you think that's using? Hopes and dreams? Pixie dust? No. Carbon emissions and carbon-based energy is still the easiest way to make energy. Our entire society, entire civilization, and the entire world, we all use it. Right? So hydrogen cars would be great. But you'd end up having more carbon emissions because you have to make the hydrogen fuel, and making the hydrogen fuel takes more energy than making gasoline. This is why, the electric vehicle, right? Even the electric vehicle with its push, right? To move it to power plants, which is a smart idea, right? That's why it's taken a second for it to catch on, because you can't deal with how cheap fossil fuels are. I know that sucks. Maybe one of you guys can come up with a better way to do it. Please, I'm all ears. None if you use solar to make it. Well, there you go. Solar. So now we got to work on batteries, dude, right? If we had a better battery, yeah, absolutely. Do battery research. But people like to harp on Elon nowadays, but there's only one guy doing copious amounts of battery prototyping because he's trying to make a lot of batteries to mass produce them to put them in his electric cars. It's Elon. He understands the problem. He understands the engineering really, really well. You know what I mean? It's smart move. Flywheels, nodders. I say we use copium for fuel. If we could find a way to use copium for fuel, Batman, we would have enough fuel till we're old and in the retirement home, man. Let's try to make a fuel that uses internet angst. If we could harness the power of human angst and somehow use that to power vehicles, oh man, dude, we'd be rich. Let's figure that one out. There was a study that all but one fossil fuel power plant in the U.S. would be cheaper to replace with renewable energy. Yeah, Mac. Yeah, that's right. We could. But once again, nobody's willing to make that shift if they're going to have to pay more money, which, you know, you can think about that however you want. Personally, I have an ACE card. The ACE card's nuclear power. You use nuclear power to make your hydrogen fuel or solar, like what Aqualux said, then you're fine. Nuclear power is the kicker. Nuclear power is basically cheating. Yes, it's basically cheating. You want to solve our problems? That's the way to do it, right there. You want to solve that carbon problem? Well, guess what? These use uranium and plutonium and stuff. Yeah, that's not carbon the last time I checked. Those are two different elements, right? You want to, if anybody's serious about really fixing that, build more of those. Just don't hire Homer Simpson. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Harness energy from all the anger generated on Twitter. I don't think there's a battery that could contain that much. SMR 4th Gen is going to be big for carbon emission reduction. Damn right, Transit. Yeah. Dude, on stream the other day, I looked at this. These look like BWR Mark IIIs, if I'm looking at those correct. I think they're BWR Mark III. It's just it's a twin reactor complex. Yeah, there you go, Bob. Right. It triggers you that the MPP reactors are offset. Yeah. Cherokee, solar and wind would be good for an offset, but until battery power gets that good, that's my guy. But my argument with wind and solar, right, is that you spend all that time optimizing battery power for wind and solar. Why don't you just attach batteries to that? Right? Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, it might not be like 900 trillion, like what you said, to outfit everything, but work on the battery tech and hook the batteries to that. Hook the batteries to that thing. Grid scale storage. Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about, man. We should do that. In fact, I'm gonna make a battery complex right now. Frick it. Actually, you can do that in cities. There's battery stations, which are pretty freaking cool. Yeah, fusion could also be good too. Oh yeah, bud. All right, should we? Oh yeah, okay. Let's start over here. So today I was going to mess with some of the farms that were right here. We already had 2 farms there, and I removed them and put them over here and then added more. You need like 3 little pathways that are smiles or trees that are growing. The trees are growing now and it's too big to see. Oh God, you're right. Here, how about we just do that? 3 Smile Island. I mean, Uncle Lex, yeah, I got you. There's no reason we can't fire all our guns at once, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, cool conversation. I'm happy I could teach some basic engineering. I hope somebody learned something. If you did, that's cool. If you want me to go back to playing cities, yeah, you're probably right. Let's go. But I like that kind of stuff. I'm a freaking nerd, dudes. What do you want? Like, I don't know. You clicked on the wrong stream if you're not here for conversations like that. Oh, spin launch. If employed in scale twisted, yeah, but the market currently payload mass to orbit market fluctuations move too quickly to say whether that's going to be a good idea or not. If you could time travel, what would you do? I would be there explaining history in person. If I could time travel, I wouldn't change history, Samir. I would sit there and observe. It would just be cool to see certain events in person. I wouldn't want to screw with it because you could easily butterfly effect yourself and you go back to your world and it's completely different because you sneezed in the wrong spot. Why are you not building another nuclear power station to fulfill your city's needs? Oh, by golly, do we need another one? Actually, Bandit, I figured out yesterday that these wires can only move 400 megawatts. So my nuke is actually generating too much power and I'm exporting it off. I would need to run another line down here, down into the grid, and power certain things off a different line. You actually have to make power grids in cities, which is just... Oh, I love it. I love the way they did electricity in this game. It's so good. Fair enough. Actually making enough power, it's the wire harness for it is no good. Alright, what's going on here? Why are we getting such a big death care wave? I'm always paranoid that all my hearses are just stuck in a traffic jam somewhere. Damn it. Well, alright. Yup. How many hearses are in that traffic jam? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, God. What's going on over here? Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, balls. Yeah, and Tars, you wanted to show how you built the bridge? Yeah. So, all the bridges, for the person that asked about building one, 40 meters is what you want. But I also gave my bridges big run-ups to make them look right. I chose like a 2% grade, right? So I built the bridge first, and then I connected the roads. I also took my bridge, and it was at like 30 meters here. I stepped it up to 40 in the center, and then I stepped it back down to 30 over here. That's to give the bridge a bow. Because even cable-stayed bridges, suspension bridges, the road surface usually crowns like this. Like if you're looking at it from the side, that's not crowning. Crowning is something different. But the bridge usually is an arch in some way, shape, or form. So I built the bridge arch first, and then whatever angle these roads were going down at, I built run-up roads to. See? And I find that makes the bridges look really, really nice. I did it over here as well. See the road surface? Isn't that cool? Yeah, if you have a bridge that goes over a shipping lane like that, you have to do stuff like this. Time to delete that highway and replace it with a rail station. No. Pile up off Major Deegan. Yep, I found the New Yorker. I found the New Yorker. Crowning is for drainage transit. I also crown the roads too. Look. See? The low points are on the sides of the road. That makes it so if you have a tsunami, which I haven't seen, they've been particularly absent, which I haven't seen, or in the areas where my dam is, right? We have a dam over here. We have to revisit it and figure out how to get this thing to work right. But in the flood zone for the dam, if you look at this topographically, right? The flood zone is all up in here. No houses. I'm not zoning houses, just industry and stuff. All the houses are on the ridge. I did that on purpose. But if you notice how I built the highway is crowned, first of all. It's crowned, right? So the water will flow off of it and the tracks. And second of all, in the flood zones, I built drainage outlets. These roads even act as a drainage outlet. I built the road. Some of the roads are in the low points. But see that? If I screw up the dam, any city's one player, you screwed up the dam, you inadvertently make a tsunami, right? I made it so the low points will flood first, and the water will stay off the highways. I have retention ponds over here, and I have drainage canals here as well, protecting all the low points, especially around that thing. I crowned the nuclear reactor. It's raised up probably about 5 meters off of like ground level. I did that on purpose. I don't need that flooding. That would be a bad idea. They tried that once. It didn't work too well. What's your take on airports in the game? I hate them. The runways are too short, Bandit. The runways don't look right. Colossal took all this time to make buildings with realistic footprints, and the airport runways look like like a terrible. Functionality, I haven't really messed with them. I couldn't get past the runways, dude. You can call me a stubborn prick for that. That's fine. You're probably right. Alright, traffic is the problem. The reason why we have a death wave, so to speak, is because my hearses can't get where they need to go. That's why the death wave is mostly confined to the city center, where there is a freaking massive traffic jam. Lovely. Yeah, be careful about this stuff. The game's gonna give you death waves, and, you know, maybe after the patch your garbage piles up, or maybe after the patch you get a lot of crime. This might not necessarily be because you did anything wrong, except traffic. If all your police cars are stuck in traffic, it's Christmas, you can steal City Hall. That's bad. You don't want that. If I saw the airport in this game, I would likely do the same. Narius, prepare to cringe. The more you look at it, the worse it gets. Yes, I'm gatekeeping the airports hard. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it, bro. I'm sorry. I can't. Yeah, some Harriers would be nice, right? I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I'm being a little wimp about it. You're right. Welcome to Petty EJ Stream. You shut your mouth. I'm not doing it, man. I'm not doing it. Hey, man, listen. I ain't falling for no banana in my tailpipe. All right? You've been hanging around with this chat too long. The international airport has the same runway length as the regular airport. I'm just... Did you see that what Simcopter did with the airport? No. No, Alric, I didn't. The taxiway, the left-right taxiway is longer than the runways, dudes. I just... Kill me! Elphys, you say that, but every commercial pilot that's looked at that airport has told me the exact opposite of what you're saying, dude. I'm sorry. Like, what do you want me to do? Don't say build an airport. I'll slap you. With the incoming editor, guys, I'll screw with the airports. I'll make the runways look right, and then we'll go and make one. I didn't see what Sim did with his runways, though, Alric. Everything, most special buildings are unlocked. There's some of these that I don't have, but guys, we gotta fix the traffic problem. There's only one model of train station right now, yep. I'm gonna base your city off of Seattle, alright. Oh. Okay, the Sheffield Street interchange. That's our project for the day. Use the developer tool to clear traffic. Freiburg, yeah. We tried that yesterday. Clearing out 344,000 population worth of traffic makes the game very unhappy. It makes it real unhappy. Yeah, we tried that. I was like, all right, maybe it's just the sim slowing down. Nope, no, the game was not doing good. The game was not doing good. The sim speed, yeah, the sim speed could be better. It's not bad. We're at, I don't know, probably like, judging by that smooth speed here in this particular frame, we're probably like 60% real time. So that means for every second in the game, 1.6 seconds pass, which is not good. But hey, it's still working. It's still working. I'm going to play it until the game can't do it anymore. Or my computer explodes. Either one. It's probably going to be the second one. But yeah, hey, whatever. I just had a glance. He basically built a custom airport with a bunch of runways around a big asphalt place. Some underground car access stuff. Looked pretty neat for what CS2 offers. Alright, cool. All right. Okay, cool. So, Sheffield Street interchange needs to be, well, changed. I'm gonna shut this. Oh, it doesn't like it. There it goes. It's a submarine. Bro. I'm downloaded the game because of you mofo. Sorry, man. Yeah, that's my bad. It's a subterranean. It's a subprime. Prime sub. It's a subterrane. Yeah. It looks like them Duke boys are at it again. Subprime. Hot subs in your area. It's a gift sub. I'll stop. Wolfram's like, nah. All right, that's where we draw the line.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's up, Hellfish? What's on your mind? Slackster, hey, 36-month resub. Slackster, I tell you, I picked up some 027 at the thrift store the other day. It's a whole locomotive with like a wire spool car, hazmat container car, caboose, box car, Conrail box car, might I add. And it's a 240 locomotive with a small arched tender. Really freaking cool, dude. Yeah, good stuff. No, it's probably garden variety, dude, if I saw it right, but yeah. Yeah, maybe. Might be that, Hellfish, yeah. Ooh, pictures. I don't have any pictures yet. I'll take pictures. Yeah, short line. Yeah. I'll take pictures of it for you guys. That's my homework for the night. People are moving in slow motion. That's right, Midrop, because the game is having trouble. So the simulation, when it can't sim at real time, it'll just put it into slow motion to make sure it doesn't fry your processor. Pretty good optimization. That's called controls optimization. That's pretty smart. Pictures, I want to see them live. All right, that's fair. All right, so what we need here first is I'm going to delete the road here. Well, we might be able to keep it going, but I'm not sure. Like Tiddy and Eve? TD? Yeah. Tiddy. Yeah, nice. Live pictures. Bro. Live pictures. What do you think I am? A movie cinema? No, I'm just kidding. All right. Alright, we gotta start thinking what we can get away with, dude. How about we go a little crazy? How about we go full... I'm not gonna say go full Tokyo, but how about we do something like this? Do something like that. Raised highway. I don't know if there's any particular spot in New York that has a double-decker highway going through the center of the city. In New York, it would most likely be underground. Yeah, XNZ, an underground highway might not be the worst idea. Modern problems require modern solutions. All right, here. Let's, so this is what I say when I say go do research. You know, people say, like, how'd you get your city so realistic looking? Well, I look at real cities. It's not rocket science, man. Delta V equals 9.81 times specific impulse natural log of initial mass over final mass. It's not rocket science, man. That's rocket science. It's rocket surgery. Yeah. See, they said you were good. Actually, if we're talking about tunnels from a scientific aspect, or an engineering aspect, we'd be getting into what's called statics. Tunnels and bridges, statics. Physics 101, dogs. All right. Do we see any crazy elevated road stuff? Let's look at the West Side Highway. The West Side Highway does some trickery right here. Yeah, there's some trickery going on right there. Never change, New York. Never change. Here's the VOD. All right, Alric, let me take a look. Sim's a good dude. I love that guy. Great streamer. Okay, I see what he did. Yeah, okay, I got you. All right, well, I'll think about it, man. Yeah, see. They tried to roundabout it. See what I'm saying? They tried to build the roundabout into this whole arch thing. That's actually kind of cool. It's pretty trick. I'm not sure we'd be able to do something exactly like that in cities, especially one with a park underneath it and a sundial and stuff, but we could. Maybe in the future. So the West Side Highway up here is pretty much all on the ground. And then when it gets up to the GW, that's when it gets elevated again. Actually, we ain't even close to the GW just yet. Yeah, here we go. Fudge. Okay. That boat basin used to be a really nice spot to eat. Oh, right there? 69th Street boat basin? Nice. Why aren't they using it anymore? What happened to it? Yeah, look at that. That's nuts, dude. So, Drummer, what they needed to do, the West Side Highway is a major access route for Manhattan, especially if you want to get to, like, Midtown, right? That's a major highway. And this is 95. That's that big honkin' highway that I showed you the other day. If we go that way a little bit, it's that huge, like, 20-lane wide road. This right here is a major crossing between New York and New Jersey. There's only, what is it, like 4 or 5 bridges that connect New York and New Jersey? Think about that. Pretty crazy, right? The GW, Holland Tunnel, Lincoln Tunnel, right? Tappan Zee, or whatever the heck the new name of that is called. I don't even know the name. I don't really care. It's the Tappan Zee. There's only 4 or 5 of them. Actually, frick that highway. So, because they needed to get this road across with this, they couldn't go and build an on-ramp here because of the elevation change. Dude, this is like, it doesn't look like much on Google Earth, right? But look at those 5-story buildings right there. And then think about how big that thing actually is and how heavy it actually is. That's the counterweight to hold the bridge. The Cuomo? They called it the Cuomo Bridge? Alright. Tappan Zee. So what they did was they built the on-ramps into the side of this thing. The ramp and the interchange is over here. It's the Tappan Zee, bros. It's never not going to be the Tappan Zee. It's like how they tried to change the name of the Sears Tower. It's like, oh no, it's the Willis Tower. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's the Sears Tower. I don't care what you say. It's the Sears Tower. You're stupid for thinking it's different. What are you doing? The Cuomo Bridge. It's Twitter. Yeah, exactly. It's Twitter. You can say it's X. I prefer to call it Twix if you really want to know, because that's funny and candy. But also, you call it X, people are going to look at you funny. X? What? You know? Yeah, exactly. Oh, boy. All right. So, I'm trying to look at elevated road reference here. This is the FDR. So the West Side Highway is on the other side of Manhattan. This is the FDR Highway. This is the east side. It goes next to the very aptly named East River. I'm sorry, East River. Gotta say it like that. Yeah, okay. Ooh, power plant. Cool. Yeah. 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 We'll call it the Tappan Zee, homies. We'll keep calling it Twitter, and we'll keep calling it the Sears Tower. Okay, now we're down in Battery Park over here. Yeah, okay. Remember, they don't allow dump trucks on the FDR, okay? That's important to understand as a New Yorker. GM is finally an F1 engine supplier, Bandit. Oh. Is there a Chris Christie bridge with 24 lanes? I'm not touching that one, man. I'm not touching it. Yes, probably. I'm not touching that one, dude. I'm not touching that one. I'm just going to be over here, keep researching my roads, man. I'm just going to keep researching my roads, okay? Building. You guys are ruthless. You guys are ruthless. Here, let's check Midtown where the Lincoln Tunnel comes out. What do we got going on over here? Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, I'm thinking we build in this aesthetic right here. We build something like that. No, I'm good. So this right here is the bus terminal coming out of the Lincoln Tunnel. It's the terminus for the bus service that comes from New Jersey. It comes out of the Lincoln Tunnel. There are 3 portals for the Lincoln Tunnel over here. Oh my goodness. Believe it or not, this isn't that bad to navigate. It looks a lot worse than it actually... Never mind. There's the first 2 portals for the Lincoln Tunnel, and then the 3rd portal's over here. Yeah, there's three tunnels, dude. 2 of them are used for through traffic, and I'm pretty sure the 3rd one is just for buses, which is why the elevated road goes up into the bus terminal here. Hey, Fo, what's going on? You sure about that? No. Actually, I think the buses can take all 3. It looks like this one's open to traffic as well, if I'm remembering right. Any New Yorkers here? Help me out. I mean, it's Midtown, baby. What do you want? This is Midtown. Ooh, what are they doing over here? Subway. That's the subway line, I think. See the rocks? That's why you can build super tall buildings in New York, because bedrock is at ground level. Actually, that's really cool. This open pit right here with whatever the heck this is shows all the granite. See the rocks? That's why you can build skyscrapers, because of that. It looks like all those inputs are only bus lanes. It looks like there's a dedicated bus lane in one of the portals. But yeah, these 2 portals were made more or less at the same time. And there's a fire station right there. That's what that is. And then the 3rd one looks like it was made over there. How do you drive it? Like I said, it makes sense if you're there. I have no problem navigating through the Lincoln Tunnel, but then again, I'm from Boston. I'm used to navigating trash. So, you can build skyscrapers in sand. Yeah, you can. If you're Dutch, that gives you a plus modification to it. Oh, what the heck did they do over here? Look at this. Look at the Exodus portals. Whoa. Wait. What is that? What is that thing right there? See that? Oh, this is awesome. Dude, we're doing something like this. I'm gonna do something nutty. We're gonna do something nutty like this. So where does that road go? Oh, hold up a second. What is this road? Right here. See this? This guy. What's that? Is that the tunnel where Stallone fought for survival? Oh, I'm not sure. It might be. It goes directly into hell. Well, yeah, of course. It goes downtown. What do you expect? But it's like a half underground road spaghetti, which is nuts, dude. And it looks like they have exits at almost like every block. Look at this. This is crazy, dude. Oh, man, we thought that intersection in Jersey was nuts. Look at this. Where did those roads go? Oh, yeah, wait. Oh, yeah, they just, pop out on the other side of this skyscraper. Frickin' New York. Only a Carpathian would choose this time and choose New York. Tasty pick, bonehead. What the hell's going on with the top of that building? See, this is New York in a nutshell when you go. It's sensory overload. You're just like, drive there and find out. Yeah. Who told you to stop cutting? Yeah, there's some buses right there. There's a bus staging area right there. There's a bus stop. That's why. That's an airplane. What are you doing, New York? Go home, New York. You are drunk. Robert Moses intensifies. Why is there a... Yeah, it's like that movie Predator, instead of killing people, you're crapping. Drones don't exist. That's a really nice statue of a bird. Oh, I know what we're near. We're near the Hudson Yards. Got it. I was wondering why that elevated thing goes through that building. It's because it's a subway track, or an ex-subway track. That's the Hudson Yards track. It was a decommissioned subway line because they put it underground, but they kept the subway line there and made it walkable, which is actually super freaking cool. Very, super cool. Very, very based. Based and right-of-way pilled. Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah, Arctic, you're right, I'm wrong. Yeah, it's actually super cool, because the subway shot goes through buildings and stuff. See what I'm talking about? Look. See? It goes through the freaking skyscraper. Yeah, there's a lot of that, all the way to the end of the yard. Yeah, it's a walkable park now. Super freaking cool, actually. See? It cuts the front of that building completely off. That's where a station was. But once again, they put this line underground. Look, isn't that cool? I want to be able to do that in cities, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's the High Line. That's right. Yep. Can you remove some of the sidewalks or make walking paths to help with traffic? Yes, Ace, you absolutely can. Yeah, that's where it stopped. I forget what it did from there, but yeah, we're almost into downtown there. It's about halfway, but yeah, the Hudson Yards was a huge project when they decommissioned that subway line. They built all these massive skyscrapers. See all this stuff? Wait till I blow your freaking mind. There's a train station under there. It's a staging area for subway trains. And then, see that? Madison Square Garden? There's a train station under that, too. Penn Station is underneath it. You could see where the train track right away is. There's like, probably at 20 or 30 train tracks under there. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Yeah, if you're a New Yorker, you're like, why? Yeah, of course. Duh. We knew this already. But it's actually pretty freaking cool. A skyscraper on top of train tracks? That's pretty neat. But yeah, let's do stuff like this. Let's do some sunken highway action. See if we can get the traffic to disperse better in our city. So, where would we do it? 21 track transit. Didn't you build that train station on the Minecraft server? No. The train station that I built, Drummer, is not nearly big enough. As a Canadian mountain boy, it's freaking insane. Pretty cool, huh? New York's a beast, man. You should check it. You should go there just to see it. It's nuts. The infrastructure. Like, that's why I like going to cities, dude, to see the infrastructure. I think the infrastructure is freaking cool. Frick me, right? Like... Alright, so let's figure out where... Let's say we wanted to do something like that, right? We wanted to make something like this. How would we go about doing it? It looks like they eminent domained a lot of the blocks here, and then built the highway. The reason how you can tell, right, is take a look. Okay, so look at these buildings that conform to the highway. Obviously, it's a triangular shaped building, right? you could tell there were other buildings there on this block before they went and dug this, right? And I'm pretty dang sure we could do something like this with cities. I think the road system is up to the task. But look at the style of building here versus the style of buildings here. You can clearly tell that there was buildings on this block right here in an L shape, and they said, yeah, all those buildings, yeah, you don't live there anymore. Okay? All these buildings, you're not there. You're not there no more. You could think you're there no more, but you're not. We're gonna send you somewhere else. We'll send you to Rikers or something if you don't want to move. Okay? That's how that went down, pretty sure. I mean, maybe. Yeah, that's probably how that went down. All right, anyway. So you can see that it's in an L shape right here, and these buildings with the cuts in them that are triangular shape were built after the highway. And judging by the architecture and when the last portal on the Lincoln Tunnel was built, I would say that was the late 50s. Because these buildings look like something from Fallout. Yeah, fun fact. All right. So it looks like the original exodus for the double portals on the Lincoln Tunnel were over. So the original portal, that was built in 34. That one was built in 40 something, 41, 42, right? See that? It looks like originally they just went to the left and to the right, and that's it. And then when they built the next portal, right? First of all, they leveled a bunch of blocks down here. And they leveled that, and they probably built the bus station at the same time. It looks like they went and dug this sucker right here. See this guy? It looks like they went in there with this and made this extension over here. And the extension has a bunch of extra on-ramps to be able to allow the traffic to trickle into every block. And then the terminus for that extension goes over here. It goes down by Penn Station. I'm sure that's not an accident. What I really want to know is how they got train tracks with a sunken highway on top of that, with skyscrapers on top of that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Is this a real map? This is Google Earth, guys. I'm using Google Earth for reference for our city. I want to do something like that. I want to see if Cities 2 can handle something like this. So, what I do for a lot of this is I go and look at actual reference. We're in New York City right here. This is Midtown New York at Penn Station, Madison Square Garden. Yeah, you have to say it like that. Madison Square Garden. You got to say it like that. So, I'm just kind of collecting some reference here and figuring out how the frick I'm going to make this. Yeah. How are we going to do this? I mean, we don't need to put train tracks underneath us, but I do have subway lines that are running around here. Are you Italian? Ethnically. I'm American, master. About as American as they come. I own a pickup truck and everything, boy. But yeah, my family ethnically comes from Italy, yeah. Mm-hmm. You can't just change the texture, Sebi, without getting into the dev tools. I'm not Sicilian. No. My family isn't Sicilian. We're from the north. Sicilians? No, we don't do that. Do you know Mark Wahlberg? No? Mark Wahlberg's from Boston. He's not from New York. Hey, watch it there. I never said nothing. I just said I'm from the north. We don't do that, okay? We build Ferraris, which are very passionate automobiles that passionately drive around and then passionately catch on fire. Careful. I don't know what you mean. I don't recall these events at this time. I don't know what you're saying. Don't go civil war on the Sicilians. Nah, you guys are alright. The Sicilians have the wine. That's the thing, man. Southern Italy, that's the place if you want wine. They got the wine. We got the Ferraris. When you combine the two, you get a DUI. Yeah, that works. Sure. No, Horsch, that's... yeah. And the seafood, that's right. Yeah. Focus. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ez. It was an accident. I was having too much fun. All right. So, actually, you know what? Before we get into this, I want to test some things, okay? So, how would we go about making something like this? So, let's go down We'll go down 10 meter, like that, okay? Like, all right, so... Actually, you know what? Let's see how well this thing will take the sunken highway here. So, when I mean take the sunken highway, I mean, like, we got to make stuff go over it, all right? So, we have a sunken highway on a flat piece of ground here, right? Actually, yeah, okay, cool. So, let's test this out. So, in cities, if you step down to 10 meters, it makes a sunken highway with barriers, right? That seems to be what we need to go for here. See what I'm talking about? That's the right idea. But, see, this thing has varying sunken highways. Oh, boy. Oh, Maron. This is gonna be tough to do. And they split. They split and then they join back up. Oh, dude, this is my new favorite thing. We're doing this. All right, so let's try and see if we can build grid over it. What does cities do if we do something like this? All right, so let's put one of my standard grids over here. The grid that I like to use is 112 by 224. Dude, no way. All right. Hola, señor. Hola, amigo. ¿Cómo estás? Buonasera. Buonasera. That was Spanish and Italian, but hey, whatever. All right. So we can get away with that. That shouldn't be an issue. That's not a highway. It's a low way. Okay. Okay. Greetings from Spain. Hey, man. Greetings from Los Estados Unidos. How are you? Oh, I'm sorry. ¿Cómo estás? All right, so let's say here, let me add an extension on either side. Let's go with the straight tool. I love your job. Thanks, man. All right. So what happens if we do something like this? Let's go. Actually, no, I don't want... Okay, so we can do that, but I don't... Okay, what happens if we do something like this, and then, you know, we run a straight piece up to the road? I assume you can also do lowered intersections with traffic lights. Yep. Actually, if you wanted to do like a super walkable city, you could... Pretty sure you could get away with making your own sidewalks, right? Pretty sure the game will understand that. Oh. Okay. Okay. We're saving that idea for another day. I'm just learning how the sunken highway stuff works. I'm testing this stuff out for when we go to actually go and do it in the city. Now, what happens if I right-click here and then left-click here and we run the slope tool through this thing? Yeah, that's how Cities is reading it. It doesn't read it as an actual sunken highway. Okay. How are we on education? Not the best, dude. That's why we're getting such weird shadows, because if the camera goes down here, it thinks it's below the terrain. And that's what's actually going on. It's just fudging it, which is fine. That's okay. But that explains our weird shadows and stuff. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad, except the lighting is all weird, but that's okay. We actually might be able to get it to cast the shadow right if we did something like this. Flatten the terrain in the sunken highway. But see, that gets rid of your retaining wall. Okay. You gotta flatten it for the retaining wall to look right. Okay. Let's try over here. What's gonna happen if I take this road and we set the step down minus 10, right? Because that's where we are. We can do this. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be an issue. I think we can do this. The retaining wall. Oh my goodness. And then the portal entrance right there. The sphere is always watching. I saw the emote thing, dude. That's so strange. Do roundabouts underneath skyscrapers work? Not sure, XNZ. I haven't tried anything like that. But yeah, I don't see why we can't do it. It should be okay. Let me see if we can make another grid. The game seems to understand what I'm asking for. Yeah, no problem. Is it possible to build a Holland tunnel underwater? Yeah, I have a train tunnel that goes underwater, Rusty. I don't see why not. Alright, let's see if I could do exit ramps on the other side. Let me... So 10-meter step. You gotta be kidding. Dude. Bro, come on. Really? Didn't like it over here, but yeah, you can get away with that. You got to build the highway first, and then the bridges. Okay, I've seen what I wanted to see. We're gonna have to get a little bit hardcore with the terrain. But yeah, I've seen what you have to do some pretty hardcore terrain sculpting, but I'm good at that anyway. I'm up to the challenge. That's crazy, Sebi. Are you the guy who made that video in 2013 about Bitcoin hitting at $111? Nah, Saki, I know nothing about Bitcoin. I haven't, except it's Bitcoin. No, probably not me. You missed a road spot. Yeah, screw Vermont Street. We didn't need that. Thank you. Wait, can you cover a sunken highway with a road above it in parallel? I don't know. Shut the front door! Bro. No, no. There's no way. There's no way, dude. There's no way. All right, hold up. Like, say we have a road that pops out like that, right? And then on the other side, we go into a 10-meter step, right? And then say it curves and pops out over here, right? We set this at 0 step. Okay, it doesn't like that. But what about the 6-lane road? Okay. Doesn't like that. What about the 8-lane road? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. You can, right? And it does understand what's going on, but you'd have to make the 6-lane road. If I'm looking at that right, you'd have to make the big road. You'd have to make like the surface road first. So let's do something like that, right? And let's step this down to 10. No, it doesn't want it. It doesn't want that. Okay. So I started the road out here. How the heck did I get that to work? Let's try stepping this up to 125 off the deck. Okay, so it'll let us do that. I stepped it to 0, fam. So you can do that. That's no problem. I'm not sure if you can get it to go over the other road. How did I do it? Fixing traffic is the plan. Wait, how did I get this done, man? Hold on, hold up. How did we do it? Maybe it was a bug, because I got it to work. I didn't think anything of it. Damn it! Here, let's try this one. Nope, every single one of them says overlapping now. The highway was in between the road pillars. Yeah, it must have been. So, okay, if that's the case, let's do a 100-meter highway, right? Like that, and then go over it. Bro. All right. Okay. Okay. So how do we make the highway bigger now? No. No freaking way. No freaking way! Oh, dude. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Now, here's the real question. Can we extend the... It thinks there's a bridge there, but yeah. Yeah, you can get away with this. That's pretty cool, man. Busted. Yeah. You're right. But hold on a second. All right, let's lower the threshold right here. See that? Just lower the threshold on this side, lower the threshold on that side. Then do the same thing. Okay, yeah, there's gonna be a speed bump there no matter what, but you could get away with it. Good testing, guys. That's cool, man. That's how you test. That's awesome. So, dude, you can get pretty fancy with this, with the road building. The road building's worth the price of admission. I've said that from the start, dude. All right, so. Does the game have material and physics simulation? Let's put some cars and trucks up there. Not that I've figured out yet, Lawrence. Dang, I wanted to see a third road on top. Okay, all right. Once. I want to get this done. Bruh. Dude, what the frick? Bruh. That's all I gotta say. Bruh. Bruh? 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 More! 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 Why not Zoidberg? That's right. Look at me. I'm making the road have tentacles. Doesn't this look nice? Yes, bask in the superior glory of road tentacles with Zoidberg. Oh, chat, I'm so into this. That's cool, man. That's real impressive. Now we have to do it. Now we have to do that just for the sake of it. Dude, remember when we built this intersection? We were like, oh my god, the on-ramp goes over the road, bro. Wow, isn't that cool? No. That interchange is small PP energy to what we just figured out. No. Oh, no, we're not doing that. We're gonna take this interchange and we're gonna make it the best freaking interchange around. Meme interchange incoming. I am the master of the crusher. Wait, what? Fun fact, you can't build elevation over highways. You built it on the ground. Yeah, well, we'll make it work. Because science. So, I mean, dude, I don't see why we couldn't just have a median road there. That's not a big deal. Just, does it have to be highway? I built a 4-laner road. Let's just do one more test. So, you're right. I'm pretty sure, if you do that and then you go to raise this 10, it's not going to do it. It doesn't understand that it can't put pillars on top of pillars like that. You can't do highway on top of highway. Now, what we can do, I did this. That's what we had, right? And then we made an exact copy of that over there, right? And then see, it will not do that. You can't stack the pillars on top of each other, which makes no sense because that's actually the place where you'd want them in real life. But you could do this. Nope. It read it as an overlap. Interesting. It's because the pillars are on top of each other. So if you stagger the pillars like that, right, it could work. Now, I don't see why you'd stagger the pillars, but you can. Now, the real question is, can we extend this? So let's go. Come on, game. Hello? Can we extend it? So let's make I don't know, 120 meters off of each one of these things. Those two will be the same. Save file, be like, I'm tired, boss. Yeah, you can do it. You can get away with it. No, I mean, you built an underground and over once more a highway, then you can't place over any elevations. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Also heard that a license is indeed imminent. Yeah, you could get away with this. Now, my real question is, why don't we do that? How about, dude, what if we made a highway, right? And, we made it, like, go in here, and then we made it turn off everywhere. I kind of still want to do something like the Lincoln Tunnel, or the Lincoln Tunnel portal, the western terminus, the western portal for the Lincoln Tunnel. That's what I want, or the eastern, excuse me. Western is in New Jersey. And the Helix is cool, but I want to see if we can get away with this. I mean, because it's crazy because the grids go over that. The grids are overlaying that whole thing, which is just, alright. Alright. Alright, so where could we do this? It's a parking lot there. 71 out of 125. 26. Okay. This overground parking garage. Oh, I hope your cars weren't in there. Alright, we could use that, and we could have the tunnel go this way. We gotta be careful because there's subway lines here. If we go into Bulldoze and we go into Underground View, there's 2 subway lines that we have to worry about. That's the Industrial District subway line, and that's the blue. That's the blue line. We could have the road go underneath here. Save it first before going crazy. All right. Dude, we'll do it. We're good at this stuff. Are these people happy? Unreliable mail service. We can't have people living where there's an unreliable mail service, guys. We can't have that. That's just unacceptable. I'm sorry. This is no good. Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say we could move them somewhere else. How else will I get my publisher's clearinghouse? Yeah, exactly. Ron, you have to get your PCH checked. That's just not acceptable if you can't. So the parking garage wasn't being used anyway. 71 out of 135. That one is not even completely full. So that's fine. How many plots take up this area? That's a lot of residents. Hey, you guys want to move your houses to like over here somewhere? Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. You couldn't let you stay in those houses. It's dangerous for you. Don't worry. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Yeah, they must have had asbestos in there. Yeah, not must have. They had asbestos in there. It's no good. It's no good. It's no good. Here, I'm gonna build you a nice luxury apartment building so you could do that. Look at all this damn asbestos. How dare you? There, now we have a nice huge parking garage over there. That's fine. That'll replace this one. There's 2 of them? Over 2 of them. How do you deal with sewage? Water treatment plants, Turbo. I have a couple of water treatment plants all stacked next to each other over here. This is the Jersey side of things, so there's trash and sewage. Hey, if you're from Jersey, you know I love you. Be quiet. And then I have a couple more over here, too. Yeah. The Avengers, don't worry. The Avengers would have demolished all these buildings in the next battle anyway. Yeah, that's right. That's right. How dare they? See, we got a bunch of parking lots over here that aren't being used. And, you know, we got a bunch of parking lots over there that aren't being used. You know, this is ridiculous. Why don't you guys just take your cars and move them over there? See, that'd be a good spot for a portal. I move these. My rule is if we do eminent domain, we got to move this stuff somewhere else. Increase the roadside parking fee. Where do I do that, Santic? I forget. Parking garages are a thing. Yeah, parking garages and parking lots. Absolutely. They're absolutely a thing, dude. Districts, you think? Policies? I'm gonna make so much money off of this. If we're gonna do that, then let's make the parking free, right? Thanks, Clark. My city is just grids. I'm serious. Look at it from the top down. It's just grids. But they're grids going in different directions, so it ends up looking real nice. See? Different directions. You want a trick? You want a trick to making an American city look nice? Line up the grids with the shoreline. Seriously. These grids are lined up with that coast. These grids right here are lined up with that coast. See what I'm saying? These grids over here are a continuation of that, but those grids lined up with the coast. Same over here, same over there. See what I'm saying? And then just where they intersect, make cool parks and stuff. Yeah, cool, huh? See? Coast, grids lined up with the coast. See, coastline starts to move. Well, I kind of made the grid go in the wrong direction, but that's for another reason. See over here, grid lined up with the coast. Easy peasy. Also, it's a horse head. Are you going to build the tunnels realistically? I can't really, yeah, Supercraft, but my problem is that we can't really do that without eminent domaining a copious amount of buildings. The horse head is cool. Done completely by accident. I did not do it that way on purpose. The crazy part is that I added this feature and that feature and that. I reclaimed some land to add those. It just ended up looking exactly like a horse head. It's a horse. Look at it. It's amazing. Give it a lick. Sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade. Get on my horse, I'll take you round the universe. Well, that's not ideal. Do you have the mail bug? No? Dude, you have to build a lot of post offices, Bambio. I don't think there's necessarily a mail bug. I think you need post office to collect the mail so the post office can move stuff to the transfer facilities. My transfer facilities are working just fine. See? You just need a lot of post offices, dude. That's super important. Think about how many people are ordering like an Amazon package. You need a lot. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's a bug, but I could be wrong. I don't know, dude. Are you the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! Yeah, a tunnel here that goes this way and dumps into the city would be a good idea. But honestly, I think we need it to go over here somewhere. And we already have the frontage highway right here that dumps out over there. So that means ours needs to pop out somewhere over here. Like multiple areas it needs to pop out. Oof. Now what we could do let us do it. Wow. That's pretty neat. No. It's literally the BQE. What's that? I'm getting word PTSD. I'm sorry, my man. Brooklyn Queens Expressway. Love this. Glad you tuned in. Thanks, Foghost. Right on, man. Thanks for watching. I got no fire. I got no fire. I got no fire. Copy, my man. I got no fire. I got no matches. I got no matches. And matches to me. Maybe my father, you smoke. We're all gonna die. This is it. I've driven on this road, Zeph. I had to pick Brimo up at LaGuardia one time. Frick that road. City Field, though, is kind of cool. I like City Field better than Shea Stadium because it looks like Ebbets Field. I like the new stadium. That's better than the old stadium because the new stadium looks like the old stadium. Pretty cool. Look up the Brooklyn Navy Yard and check by there. Bruh, they did exactly what we just did. Oh my goodness. They actually did just, yep, nope. Cool. It's actually pretty rad. All right. That's really freaking cool. All right. I'm wondering here. Let's try something.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can hate me. I want to do it just because. Double directional stacked on top of each other, man. Because. How many can you do? As many as you want. As high as the road will go. We could technically. Wait. You can stagger it? Oh, that's so good. That's so freaking cool, man. This game is so freaking sick. Oh, that did put an abutment through the other bridge, though. Screw that. You could do until 50 meter. All right. All right. All right. Need to be, yeah, we need to make it look like Cross Bronx Parkway, dude. Oh, this is gonna look so nuts. I'm in. It's gonna, dude, in any city, this would just be absolute sacrilege. And you know what? I don't care. I'm here for it. Screw it. All right, let's do this. So the first thing that we're gonna need, actually, can we go on the sides like this? Oh, it puts a pillar in the middle of the road, but it lets us do it. But I don't want to do that. All right, let's get straight line tool. We'll build in 104 meter segments. Yeah, we'll do, actually, 112 segments would match with the blocks that we have going. So we want to use, actually it would be 224, but yeah, so let's stagger it a little bit, right? And do 112. And that should get us just to the other side of the interchange. Yep. Okay. It's all offices and stuff. Who cares? Plus 2.9. We don't want that. Highway should be flat. You gotta make it flat. Actually, if we set the whole thing where I did that last step right there, 1375, this should work. Let's move the entire road up. We have up until 50 meters. This is the planning phase. That's why I've been building and deleting this a bunch of times. See, moving the entire highway up because there's a hill right here made it so the road is actually curved, right? See, the road is curved, but the highway on top of it is perfectly flat. Well, flat enough. If I had the move it tool, we could really make it flat. Farron, science report. I just checked and you can run a 2-lane suspension bridge at a 40-meter incline over a 2-lane truss arch bridge at a 20-meter, and it looks pretty good too. Really? Okay. Thanks for the bits, man. So, you're looking 2-lane suspension bridge. It's not right because the bridge is too low, but you're talking about doing something like that. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good, Farron. Not bad, dude. Not bad. Yeah, you can make it so the truss arch bridge looks like a double-decker with the suspension bridge. It'll look a little strange, but that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, you could put it one underneath the other. That's cool, man. I see it. I see what you're talking about. Alright, so now we got to select here. So we're at 1375 here. We need to go up 7 meters, so. Yep, nope, we got to go up more than that. I'm not sure if you can do a double-decker suspension bridge. No. This game's dangerous. Mason, this game is dangerous. The more I play it, the more I love it. We got a big problem here, man. I don't know how the hell I'm going to manage my time when KSP comes out. When the KSP2 Exploration Pack comes out, I'm screwed. We bought you a game. You wanted to build... We bought you a case with 4 highways. We've got you a case. A case with 4 highways stacked on top of each other. Not 1 or 2 or 3, but 4. 4 highways. Well, what the heck am I going to do with a single-decker road? Anyway. How am I doing, Lur? I'm doing all right. What key are you hitting to flatten the road? Page up and page down, Goose. No, Mason, I haven't. Alright, so how are we going to handle this over here? And where does the traffic enter and exit? So the first thing that we'll do is upgrade these roads to one way going that way, one way going that way. No street parking because kiss my behind. Kiss my shiny metal butt. We might have to, drummer. Science, you can stack suspension bridges with 120 meter elevation difference. Thank you, Farron. Your analysis is impeccable. I mean that. Thank you. So I was thinking, fellas, something like this, right? Something like that would be smart. Gotta get rid of the traffic light, though. Get rid of the traffic light right there. Get rid of the crosswalk there, there, and there. And the crosswalk there. Just need a traffic light right there. Get rid of the crosswalk there, put the crosswalk up front. Actually, yeah, I mean... No, it might be better to just have them merge straight up. Get rid of the light. So, and then right here, switch it to 2-lane, 2-way. And have it pick up with these on-ramps as merge lanes. See what I'm talking about? And cities understood it. Damn, this game's good. I freaking love this game, dude. It's so good. Oh my goodness. Alright, so same idea over here. We're 3 grid spots in. 90-degree turn. Like that. Right. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of those. Get rid of all the crosswalks, all the traffic lights. We don't need those. Really don't want people walking on this either, but it's okay. And then upgrade that to a 2-lane so it picks up as this on Poplar Street. It picks up that going onto Primrose Highway as an entrance and an exit. See, it's picking it up as a merge lane. Cool. Yeah, drummer, we're on the same page. Cedar Highway. The Cedar Highway exit forces people to turn at the next traffic light, no? Cedar Highway, Cedar Highway. It's Belmont now. We could make this into a giant roundabout if you want, but yeah. You can also have a top layer road with trams. Nice. Okay, Farron. Yeah, so they really went crazy with the road building tools. You can get pretty nuts here. Holland Tunnel exit into Soho. I was let me take a look. Where's that at? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely see it, dude. Yeah, I got you. The hardest part is going to be getting up to that elevation, because I wanted the roads to be flat so traffic can go faster on them. Traffic goes faster on a road that doesn't do this. That's going to be the difficult part. And I don't want to eminent domain all these people. I'm going to try to do it without them. And yeah, if we have to, we have to. Save check. Now the crazy thing is that we need to build the same thing going off in this direction, and then we need to find a place to dump it over here. Stuff's on fire, yo. What if the top and middle deck were only one ways? You don't only need to build 2 ramps instead of 4. How do you figure? Yeah, I suppose, but... Yeah, I suppose we could do that. We could just have this and then that. Right? I don't see why we couldn't do it. But now that means we would need to convert this road to alleyway right here. Well, yeah, because this, it would make this 2 lanes in. Like that. Which means that this should be 2-lane, 2-way. That. I'm not sure I like this. No, that's... No, that's not right. Nah, yeah, I gotta play around with this, dudes. A double-decker roundabout with ramps. I don't think for the amount of traffic that this thing is gonna see that that's a good idea. Excuse me. Oh, come on, second one, please. Please, please, second. That sucks. Second one didn't go. Zarek. Jeez, man. Nah, yeah, okay. I like the way we had this set up before. Yeah, that's gonna be better for what we're trying to do, dudes. Where I'm really screwing up is how I'm trying to figure out, like, where... Like, these need to split, right? They gotta split. Like that. They have to do... Has to do that. Maybe try drawing it with footpaths. We're working in a third dimension here, man, so that's why this gets a little bit tricky. Vortex, starting from the high end is, yeah, I thought about doing that, dude. That's actually not a bad idea, but where I'm running into issues is, once again, I have to get all the roads to split, dudes. So, what do you mean you got no electricity? I invented electricity. Ben Franklin didn't. Ben Franklin is the devil. My mama said that Ben Franklin was the devil. I don't want them to connect like that. Yeah, Zarek, I understand exactly what you're doing there, interestingly enough. Just make one side the on-ramp and the other side the off-ramp. Yeah, but then how are people going to get on the highway, Jackin? Yeah, no, I thought about that. Like, maybe just have them enter here. But how do people get in? How do people get on this highway to get out of here? Well, Gingery, right here was a parking garage that I demolished. I want to see if we can, you know, let's challenge mode here. I want to see if we can connect these things in. If the block is acting like a roundabout. They're not, these are one-way roads, dudes. They're not two-lane. That's the problem. Picking up what I'm laying down? I mean, we could make this 2 lanes on and 2 lanes off, right? I suppose. Like, make the on-ramp from Poplar and off-ramp Lafayette, yeah. Nice, Farron. That's cool. Fellas, just to make sure, me and potentially anybody else that's watching this, you're saying... I'm just making sure we're on the same page here. That screwed up the grid. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then you use Sheffield Street, Lafayette, and Poplar as a roundabout. That's what I was kind of hoping before. But what I was concerned about is that if you have all your traffic dumping on here, and then all your traffic getting on here, that saturates the roundabout. The other way makes it so they only have to do basically a half rotation around the roundabout. That's why I was choosing to do that way. Yeah, it's off. Sorry, it took me a second. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my double on each side, and then, yeah, that's what I want to try that. I want to see if we can get somewhere with it. So, over 4, over 3, over 4, over 3. Okay. Okay. I don't necessarily want those to connect, but it's okay. Yeah, I would say entry over here, exit over here, entry over here, exit over here, shifts the traffic equally around the roundabout that we're going to make here. Does that make sense? So now I'm going to revert this back to the configuration that I had. 3 lanes here, 2 lanes there, 3 lanes here, 3 lanes here for entrance, 2 lanes across the center there. Good, it doesn't mess the grid up either. Excellent. So how do we fix this? Yeah, Zarek, that's kind of what I'm thinking, dude. That's what I was kind of noodling with here in the beginning. We could do... It's a 17% grade. It's like a freaking parking garage. Like that. We could do that, and then we got to figure out how to snake these roads together. Looks good, drummer. try. See if we can get this done over here. Oofda. Nuts. This is gonna be crazy, dude. Yeah, we could probably fit it with snapping. But I think right here is where I'll have these roads split. Nope. We'll go around the whole radius. I can't believe it lets us do that. You've got to be kidding me. This game is so dope, dude. It's so good. I have no idea. That would be impossible in Cities 1 without Anarchy mode. I got 4 words for you. I love this video game. Yeah! Developers. Yes! He does the same thing in the real one, Fishy. That's pretty smart, man. This is pretty cool. Can you go away, please, helicopter? No. Might have to go a little bit more with the splits. But how do we make this S cookie go into the Reef Knot interchange? This interchange is not! Why not start Elk a little bit wider? Yeah, I'm just playing. How cool would it be to have this thing snake around a couple of buildings that are right here? So that's why I'm trying to see if we can get it as tight as possible. Yes, you're very tight. You're tight like a tiger. I can tell from your tight pants. You're very tight. Hey, Soldier Man. Popped in to check out the city. That interchange is cool. Any tips on how to make money early game? Don't give your city services you can't afford. Don't write a check your tush can't cash, bro. Yeah. Yes, you behind the bike shed. Stand still, laddie. If you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. Alright, seriously, piss off. What the hell is that helicopter anyway? There isn't even a helicopter here. I will remove you. Take your helicopters and remove them through your anus. No. No. I set the building on fire. But I still have not received my paycheck, and then they moved my desk down to storage for me. It was just huge ranges. Dude, what are you doing? Where's the helicopter? Ain't no helicopter around here. Oh, there you are. Bro. Bruh. Bruh. Please go away. Let me build for the love of God. Alright, cool. So, we got both of these things up in the air. Now we have to get them to different elevations. You guys just like hovering over here? What, are you trying to see what I'm doing? Get out of here. No, no good. I can't get that to look right unless we can start stacking on top of each other again. Hang on.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
Yeah, Zarek, hold on a
This
second.
is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imagination as guides through a silent audible masterpiece. Now here we sit listening at full volume, and our souls are transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next episode.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda.
Glender!
Standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
No,
Thanks, Kim.
that's not the question.
We'll have
The
more.
question on everybody's mind is, how does the suck cut work? It's a revolution in home hair cutting. It's a totally amazing, excellent discovery. Not! Well, it certainly does suck. Sometimes making the roads backwards actually does help. Bruh. Bruh. That's a lot of spaghetti. Somebody touch my spaghetti. Sorry, I'm trying to provide meaningful commentary, but yeah, it's just mostly movie references and memes. Dude. Dude. I think some of those slopes might be a little bit too much. Oh my goodness. But I'm happy to know that the game will let you do it. Could you build this in Skylines 1? No. No. I'm gonna go ahead and say nah, probably not. Yeah, this one might need another loop. Okay. There's just like 4 or 5 helicopters. Just, yep. Here, just enjoy this helicopter noise. Here, have some helicopter. Hey, EJ, I heard you didn't want any more helicopter noises. Here, how about this? Is this helping? No, Clippy, it's not. It's too high. It's too steep. I mean, it'll work, but it's too steep, dudes. I don't like it. We're gonna have to find another way to do this. I don't want that. I don't want that like that. It doesn't look. That's silly. There would never be an on-ramp with like a 13% grade. Like it doesn't look good. No good. No good, dudes. No good. Now what we could do is put the support before this and have it do something like that. I think that's more along the lines of what we want. Yeah, let's do something like that. You could do this. Not with that attitude. Yeah, like I said, maybe. I don't really understand. You want me to make the on-ramps go parallel with the long blocks? I mean, yeah, that could work. Yeah, I understand. Damn it. Darn. Even that, I hate this step right there. That looks terrible. I think I got this. I think we can get this done right. There. That doesn't look bad. It's ridiculous. We have a road that's going up to the 5th floor. But it is super cool. I really wish those helicopters wouldn't just hover over me.
Aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a
Nice,
local
Zeph.
public service announcement.
A driving advisory
I just
has
turned
been
it down.
issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
Saving.
Please
Okay, I'm working
exercise
on it.
caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon, the station for the culturally sophisticated who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging sphere of the classical genre. Let us move now from the musical page to the literary. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener. My dear Professor Hornbuckle, whereas I make no apology for my erudite, modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title. I am humble.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Lloyd, 11-month resub. Thank you.
Derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts. Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue. Professor Hornbuckle, as a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish of my road-weary soul. There now.
Ad time? Alright, we'll take a break.
As it were. No need to wallow in sediment.
No need to wallow
Leave
in the
that to
sediment.
those Poets, chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some.
Alright, we'll, let's... I'm gonna stand up for a second. I know what I need to do. I just gotta get it right. I'm gonna go fill up with more water and coffee. I'll be right back. 1 second.
That's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad.
I'll be right back.
People trying to move
More coffee and water.
Humans are programmed to
We're gonna
decide
need more coffee for
certain
this one.
representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Alright. We'll figure out this intersection sooner rather than later. You got no ads? Oh. Well, that's good. So, how do we get this road right here to go up? If we have it go up to, well, 17.5 should be enough to get over this other road. Dump that for a second. Who put all these damn buildings here? I can't see nothing. Focus, DJ, it's focused. I got a splitting headache, dude. It's killing me right now. Sorry, I'm not as good at keeping up with chat. I can't. Headaches are the one thing that can take me out freaking from streaming. So I'm trying my best here. I'm moving all processing power to the forward road building streams or something. Can't take much more of this, Captain. Where's the headache located? It's a dehydration headache. It's up here. It must have been all the asbestos in the buildings. Yeah, see, that makes sense. Oh, you know what? Got an idea. Let's get in here and set the step down. Remember, chat, no need to wallow in the sediment. We can make this road go downhill already. See? Come here, road. Here, roadie, roadie, roadie. Yeah. Now, why was that a big deal? Well, I'll show you. Making this road go lower will give me enough upward clearance so when we go to make this road, when we make it go around it, it can go over it. Having this road go down makes it better. That's a 6.4% grade down. I don't like that. Remember, don't wallow in the sediment. Let's just do that. See, having the thing go down will give us a lot more space. So dump that, right? And now what we can do Dump this. Get this in here like this. Unlock everything and get this to point at it. Just like that. So now we go here. To there, right? And then we go here. To there. See? That's cool. Now, this gives me space to loop this road around right here. And now we have the upward space for this road. So we can make it go out here, go up and over, loop around, join up with this road, and then connect in. Have it to an S turn onto the green patch. Nope. I got it. I got this. We're good. We're good, man. What? Hey. Ah, I just burnt my tongue. No. No, we're not. I don't want it to look like spaghetti, okay? I want to be named Spaghetti. We could call it Spaghetti, okay? I want to be named Spaghetti, you understand? What about doing that one underground? Well, the road that it needs to connect to is over there. The road that it needs to connect to is over there. I gotta make sure it connects to the right road. We'll get it, dudes. It's just, you gotta finagle it. But we can do much more finagling than we could do in Cities 1, which is pretty cool. Never mind then, sorry. Hey, don't apologize. What we originally wanted to do, Shadowmind, was actually, we wanted, so this is in Google Earth now. If we go up to Midtown over here, and we look at the, see, that right there is one of the entrances into the Lincoln Tunnel. The crazy thing is that it goes underground right here. and then it pops out over here, right? So underground was kind of where we were going with it. Your mind's in the right spot. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No need to apologize. See how the road kind of carves through and then connects into the tunnel? Pretty cool, huh? I wanted to do something like that, and we actually confirmed that you can do something like
Driving
that.
advisory has been issued.
You
for
can
the
do
immediate
something
area
like
due
this,
to
but-
poor road conditions. Please exercise
Yeah,
caution
you can make
and
something
must
just like that if you
and
really
try to
wanted
stay
to.
off the
Here, I'll
streets
show you.
until conditions
Look.
improve.
Look,
This has
check
been a
this out.
local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public
Right.
to remain.
The reason why I
calm
didn't want to
during
do it
these
is because I
breaks
didn't
and
want to eminent
services
domain
follow
things.
the guidelines on the city's
But
website
here,
on
take a
how to
look.
plan for these
Regular
temporary
road.
events. This has been a local public service announcement.
You want to make
That
grids go
was
over that? No
truly
problem.
superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when
See?
business is doing well,
You can absolutely
that
do it.
floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
There's no sinking this highway, Glender!
Our main feature stores. The commercial district is booming as the area is
See?
attracting more
Pretty cool, huh?
high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now
This is
shop
vanilla,
for
dude.
designer shoes
Shadow Mine, this is
while
with
sipping a
vanilla.
fancy
Can you
local
believe that?
yerba mate.
Like, I'm not even. I'm not,
What
dude.
tells me
I know it's like,
that
okay, all right, we get it. You're kind of overhyping it a little bit. No, you don't understand. You don't know how gnarly this is to freaking be able to use. It's really cool. Professor Nutbutter. What we are looking at is the result of a statistical abstraction. I actually don't mind that. I don't mind the way that's set up. As long as it doesn't do this. It needs to be smooth. It must be green, okay? Yeah, that stuck with it real nice, actually. I don't know why that was different than any other time we've tried to do this, but you know what? I ain't asking questions either. Sometimes this stuff takes a little bit of finagling, you know what I mean? Nope. I know the ramp's going the wrong way. Sometimes I build backwards. You know, we go back from what we were doing from the source. Sometimes we go forwards. I'll reverse the direction of the roads in a little bit. Okay, so it'll allow me to do this. You just have to go up a little ways. Almost there. Dude, we could even make the roads a little bit smoother with the steps here. We could make them look better. That one looks fine. It's a little steep, but that's okay. Once again, move it tool would be great here. That road is good. This one could be stepped a little bit better, actually. Hang on. I can actually make this look better. I saved just in case I don't like it. Don't worry. Move it is missing. Yeah, I know. I know, man. I wish. Build from this side. Why did it do that when I... Why did you... You poo-poo face! Stop it! Jeez. Come on. You're a psycho. Yes, I know. I know. Thank you. Sweet. Excellent. Now that's how you make an intersection. There you go. Look at this. It's freaking perfect. Yeah, with Move It, we could flatten out all these slopes and make this really look good. But that's damn good for stock. I don't like how that road elbows out. It would be cool if we could make it curve like that, but... Yeah, with space, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the key was making this road go down. The Mill Highway, making that kind of ramp down a little bit, that was the key to the whole design. Making that ramp down allowed me to get these two ramps up and over. Triple decker, baby. Place a big house in the gap. I think because there's going to be a lot of road noise, some high density commercial is in order here. And then maybe put a shop right there underneath. And then maybe put some shops right here underneath that. Bro, you'd never be able to make that in Cities 1 without 1,000 freaking mods. It's obscene. I know. It's so ridiculous, dude. I love it. I freaking love it. It's excellent. I love it. This, dude, you can really go crazy with this. I kind of like it. And this is me being actually more or less tame, right? Because there were so many different permutations that I came up with that actually do work.
This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area.
Are all your lanes going in the right direction?
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're tuned in to Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
Put homeless tents down there. No, I put shops down there.
Our story this hour. Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse. And worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim.
I'm worried.
Always got to watch out for crime, not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
They didn't stop to think if you should. No, I should.
Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here.
There's no sinking this trash, Glender.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and... Oh, God, I just can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Damn it, Eugene. We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
Don't forget rail above those. That's just silly. That's just silly. Why can you do... Why does it allow... You know what? You know what? You know what? I'm not mad. I ain't mad. Gotta drink more water. That's ridiculous. I love it. I'm gonna keep doing this. Because that's what New York does. They just, you know, stack the frickin' road. Whatever. Stack the frickin' road. Oh, whoa, hey, stack the damn road. What are you doing? This game makes you go up a few octaves. I don't know what you're talking about. You working on the novel, right? Right? Gonna work on the novel? Huh? Gonna have a catchy plot? Gonna have some friends become enemies? Some enemies become friends? Working on the... Oh, no, yeah, you're working on the novel, though. If I made you spit out your drink, you're welcome. Okay? You're welcome. Yeah, you've been working on the novel. You've been working on it for a long time, right? Yeah, yes, you've been on the novel. Right? Gonna have some enemies become friends, some frenemies become enemies. Yes, me working on the novel. Just been watching you to get ideas, and I'm like an 1800 city planner compared to this. Nah, bro, it's good. Look at that. Look at the building in there. Isn't that sick? Isn't that sick? You know what? Hold on. How much grid spots do we have down here? How many grid spots do we have? Ah, not enough, or else I'd put a parking lot down there. Seriously, though, there would be a parking lot down here. Nope, can't fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Basketball? Dude, we're gonna ball. We are gonna ball. Tow yard, that's what would be under here. But, because we're us, guess what? Time to play some hoops, son. The salami lid is gonna fit. Alright, how the hell am I gonna connect that into here? From both directions, might I add. Pickleball? Nice. Pickle. Alright. We gotta cut down these trees. Screw you. Screw you, nature. This is the city. Go join your tree friends in the forest. What's wrong with you? For some ungodly reason, I decided that ramp should be 2. And guess what? I decided against that just now. You know why? Because there's no sinking this boat, Glender. There we go. Those trees had asbestos in them. They weren't natural. That's right. That's right. Okay, so we have our... The reason why I've been messing with these roads is because I'm making the on-ramps here. So there's going to be a ramp here, and there's going to be a ramp here. Down here is going to be crazy because there's going to need to be a ramp there. And I guess a ramp entrance here. Oh boy. Oh my god. Down here. Salt is a way of life. The walls are salt, the ground is salt, the air is salt, ceiling salt, and in some ways, even the air is salt. It's just all salt. Save check. Okay. Alright, so what that's going to... Alright, so obviously we need... We might be able to get away with a 10% grade here, but we gotta be careful. Alright, 10% grade. Now go down even more, keep the grade at 10. I know the ramp's going the wrong way, don't worry about it. What I'm going to do is reverse every direction but the entrance. The reason why I'm doing that is because I don't want cars using this road right now. So just kind of shut off. I'm worried about it? KG, dude, I told you not to. Snibbles with the ad time. Alright. Alright. I'll drink more water. I don't know how we're going to do this going in the other direction, though. Like, if I wanted to do a double-decker road stack this way, I'm not exactly sure where that would end up, because that's where a lot of traffic really ended up wanting to go. Actually, no luck catching them swans then. It's just the one swan, actually. The greater good? Wait, we can't see. It's all for the greater good. The greater good? Sorry, road work. Freeze a tank. There we go. Why does it do that? Why do you do that? I don't understand. Why can't you just do what I just did there? See, sometimes you got to make the road going in the opposite direction. Like, make it backwards. But in our case, that actually works. Shut up. There's no forest fire. Be quiet.
Areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
This might not work. Okay. Okay. I gotta redo this part of the road real quick, because I need to... Stepping wasn't right. Oh, piss off, dude. No. Silly. Silly game.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age.
Alright, that road should be good to go. That car just got really confused.
Penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imagination through a silent audio masterpiece. Now here we sit, listening at full volume, and our souls are transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next episode.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already
All right,
been
so
dispatched,
that
and
needs
traffic
to
flow
be
should return
flipped,
to normal. But if
right?
you're
And
planning
then
a
that
quick trip
needs to
out,
be
you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you
flipped. There we
you
go.
already know.
Once again, I'm reversing the entrances to the ramps here, so because I don't want people using the roads.
A housing shortage is driving
SpaceX
up
will attempt
prices
this Friday to
now.
launch
That's right.
2 only
But
footages from
apparently
1.
that's not all
What?
good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire
Yeah,
certain
Big Beat, you're getting clickbaited.
representations within
That sucks.
reward structures, which are entirely apart from the
They're gonna
actual
attempt to launch on
rewards
Friday, dude.
enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human.
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priority! Damn nut butter. Kevin Harvick just bought the mansion that Ricky Bobby owned in Talladega Nights. For real? That's excellent, man. That's awesome. Excuse me. Alright, will it let us do it? %, grade. Oh, it stepped the road. Frick. Oh, man. Stop doing that, cities. Please. Did you see it put the little hump in the road? That's gonna screw it. That's gonna screw it all up. Is SpaceX USFAW approved? Yeah, that all should be handled by the end of the week, Zeppelin. Don't step the road. Alright, maybe if we delete that segment, it'll figure it out. See, I gotta figure out why it steps the road like that. I can't see what I mean. See how it does the wave? I don't like that. Oh, wait, there we go. Huh, that's strange. Why is it doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you putting so much emphasis on the H? Cool Whip. Oh, Brian, I'm going to give you a nice dollop of Cool Whip. Why are you doing that? Why are you putting so much emphasis on the H? Cool, cool, whip, whip, Cool Whip. Smooth the terrain? Ah, yeah, the step in the terrain probably has a lot to do with it. You're right. Thanks, Hi. Where's my money? Where's my money, Brian? Brian, you gonna give me my money? You gonna give me my money, Brian? We're gonna finish it up with a nice dollop of Cool Whip. To the Peter Ring. Dude, I'm gung-ho about freaking making intersections in this damn game. Bruh. Yeah, it was the terrain. You're right. Good call. Good call, Chatterino. Yeah, it's definitely the terrain that causes the stepping. You gotta make sure that what you're building is on an even grade. Wow, it lets us get away with that. Okay, well, that's too close to the merge threshold, but we'll probably modify these other intersections later. It stepped it again. Damn. Left lane merge? Nah, I don't exactly want to do that. Here's what I want to do. I'll show you. Those cars are very confused. Good. Oh, I didn't have it on straight. We need it on straight like that. Yeah, we'll get rid of that intersection after. All right. I think we're good for the first segment. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, so let's hook up all the roads. No. There. I see it. Okay, she's hooked up. Oh, that's right. I gotta make sure that there are no traffic lights here and no crosswalks either. Can you please show the whole city for a moment? Only because you said please, Lex. So we were working on a connector that goes from this highway into the center of the city. It gets a little crazy because it kind of doubles over itself a bunch of times. But yeah, that's what we were working on. And that's just basically the downtown sector of the entire city.
What kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to
Yeah.
its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This just in from traffic. If
You want me to show the
thinking about
trucks,
hitting the
Anorax?
streets, you can expect
Really?
delays on the
Hey,
major
Wicked.
roads,
Thanks,
especially
man.
during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim.
You,
Seems
the
like
trucks? You
everyone
want?
is in a hurry to get somewhere
That?
fast.
Or are you talking
It's
about in
worth
game?
slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip
Because that's the
outside.
garage.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic.
I have a
than
lot of
start
signature billing
thinking about
Sajet,
it
yeah.
all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Show me your road hierarchy.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial
Does that
district
help?
is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for design.
Gotta get yourself a Raptor? Yeah, I got no money. I
I
got no money to do that. We don't have the money.
That's good for business and good for the community.
So,
Thanks,
Anorax, just on a quick update on the truck front, I painted the A and the B pillar on the door because it was gone. That's all repainted. Basically from the... Not repainted. I saved the clear coat from the accent line up. Accent line up to the pillars. So, like this segment up here, if my finger could keep going, right? I fixed that, and then from the bottom of the door sill all the way up, I painted all that. It actually came out pretty good. Yeah, but I like old trucks, man. I like old trucks. Now, the one on the right that I'm talking about that I painted, that truck's a little complicated, but it's not like now. I like old stuff. I like old stuff. It's easy to fix. It's easy to get it running. Yeah, it's very simple. That's why I like working on them. I built the other one. I built it. I put it together. The one on the left, the dark red one. I built that on stream, which is pretty cool. Please, Hyonk. Hyonk. Is that a shuttle-shaped island in the middle? Yeah. No Hyonks. Yeah, I wired it all up on stream, put it all together. How's it to drive them? They handle like trucks, dude. It's no touring car. The trucks, yeah. The 59 is a pretty decent ride. It's pretty smooth. I redid all the suspension. I replaced all 4 leaves, all new bushings, etc., etc. It rides great. But it's nothing compared to the smooth. Oops. Dude, yeah, on stream, man. It's nothing compared to the F-250 with the twin eye suspension. It's got heavy duty suspension. The thing rides like you're on a cloud, man. Apple Island. Jeez. Where's your rail freight terminal? Over here. They're attached to the port. See? I don't have the City Hall, Thrawn. And we found that the City Hall was making monetary problems, so I might put it down somewhere. Oh, nice. Cars and trucks are taking the highway. Sweet. If they're pathing to it that quick, that means that it's useful. I want to see a car going inbound. I don't have an airport now. There we go. A little bit of a tight corner. This is so stupid. I can't believe this intersection works. Not convinced that truck's getting up there with fresh snow. Yeah, you're probably right, dude. Cry more. Sorry. Can you make it go through buildings? No, unfortunately. I wish. You're probably right, though. Hyper. Now that's a steep ramp. Oh my goodness. I hope you got good brakes. Oh man. That is a steep boy. Alright, let's switch to an inbound car. That's cool, man. It probably would have been easier to do a 4-lane, 4-way highway, guys, but this is too cool. Yeah, people are using it. Awesome. Cool. If they're using it like right off the bat, that means it was a good idea. So, I'm actually pretty happy with that. Shall we make another one go this way? Hellcat owners would never take that corner. Do parked cars on the street make traffic slower and more dangerous? Yeah, I think they just hold up traffic for when they get in, they come in and out. The traffic might actually go slower. You might be right. How's it even playable? I don't know, man. Science? It ups the chance for crashes. Oh. Smart. All right, here. Let's start phase 2. Gotta smooth out the terrain there. Trust me. Could you build a racetrack out in the sticks? Yeah. Actually, I don't really like how that came out. I was gonna say we could split the road and have a connector there and then split it again and have a connector that goes up there, but I think I might just do the connector that goes up there part. Because if traffic backs up through here, it'll back up onto the connector and then people that want to go down the phase 2 part of the road won't be able to. What we really got to do is figure out where the road's gonna terminate. I have no freaking clue how we're gonna get this road connected in. I was thinking on either side of the college might be a cool idea, right? Have a road that goes up here, takes a right, and then another road that goes up here and takes a right, and have both of those be the terminator roads. But that's not really going to work. That's not going to work how we want. It really isn't. We got to find another spot. Street's closed, pizza boy. Find another way home. Alright, Sun Temple. See you, buddy. So we could run a highway like that. That kind of would work. I don't know if we should do the double-decker on this side. It would look weird because these buildings aren't as tall. You know? So maybe run the single 4-lane like this. Roundabouts and highways don't really jive correctly, Nick. I don't really want to do that, dude.
This is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imagination.
See, look, we got the bodegas underneath it. See that? Say it with me, chat. Bodegas. Yes, very good. What if it was a tunnel instead? On the other side? I kind of set up all these to have on-ramps. I don't know how we'll make that go into a tunnel, though. You know what? Just get rid of that. Just get rid of that. They can use the Manor Highway one. You know what? Get rid of that one too. Screw it. Use the next ramp. It's closed. Ramp's closed, pizza boy. Find another way home. Gosh dang street racers. There we go. And then we got to do the same on the other side. Here, there we go. Sweet. I really love your city, but you got to fix that part. Yeah, that part sucks, man. Yeah, you're not wrong. I think what I did may have done it. Fix that temporarily. The whole reason why I made this in the first place was to fix, you know. Was to help get traffic off of this highway, help make it flow a little bit better. Oh, balls. Why do we have a traffic jam here? Why are you stopped? Frick you, Debbie! Why are we stopped? Stop it. Just go. Yeah, there we go. That should fix this. Bruh. Yeah, those people don't matter, whatever. Yeah, I see them. I see what you're talking about. These ones don't have it. Okay, cool. Come on, pile in. Don't stop. You see this biker gang? Frick this biker gang. Frick you. Frick everything about all of you. Alright? Yeah, you rebel without a cause. No, moron without a cause. You got that wrong. You got the first word wrong. Yeah, see, now you're just gonna stuck. Yeah, Randall, you're not. Now you're just stuck there. Good luck. Now you're gonna die here. Now you're gonna die with your stupid hat on. What are you doing? No. Delete his house. Where is he? Randall, where are you? Hey, Randall. No. He's a... Oh, he doesn't live far from here. Oh, sorry guys, I had something stuck in my throat. See? You disobey the traffic laws, and now your house disobeys the laws of physics and just collapses. Where'd you go, Randall? Now you have to explain to all your neighbors why your stupidity is the reason why your building doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, it looks like we found radon in the basement of Randall's building at 150 Lafayette, alright? See, look at these new people. They're all happy. Nah, I think they're picking up on no left turn. I think that the traffic, when you change the road like that, I think the traffic that's already made up their mind for the left turn is going to take it, and then after that, once it clears out, I think you're good. Why does this road have a bulge in it? What? Why? Why? It's excited to see you. Alright, well that's fair. You know, USA and stuff. Yeah, that's right, Rolling. It was, yeah, that bulge was probably Randall's fault.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Adam. All right. I think they might need to tune the logic for zipper merging just a little bit. Just a little bit. We had such high hopes for this road.
Discovery, go at
We
throttle
had
up.
such high hopes. The other intersection's probably good though. Yeah, see, this one's great. We had such high hopes. We need more levels. Da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-na, da-da-da-da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-na, pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Thick it all. Digital. What are you breaking today? Well, we decided we can do triple-decker roads. That's kind of cool. And I didn't have a lot of space to make the ramps, so we... Jazz, I don't think there's any tolls, no. Multiple on-ramps? Well, how are we gonna do it? How are we gonna do that? Oh, crap, I didn't see it. Damn. Oh. I'm not sure how to do this. We're almost at 350? Cool. Let's break the simulation even more. How's Moranis looking? Good. Good. How are our farms looking? Diablo Diok. game needs a graffiti mod. Yeah. I need to check something here. That's not going to work. The feeders per each block is a good idea, but I'm not going to have any space for them. Try it with railroads in it. Wait, what? What am I doing with railroads fresh? Not for each, something like every fourth. Well, how are we gonna do that, dude? Unless we could put elevated road on top of like a pedestrian path or something. Let's check. Why? Why the frick would you not be able to do this? That's just silly. Do some more streets with railroads so you can fix a bit of the traffic. You know? I got all kinds of subway lines underneath here, dude. It's just traffic is traffic.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Sky Fried. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Okay, Stuart. Sorry, my head's killing me. Killing me. Why aren't they using this intersection now? You guys know you got another way you can go, right? Yeah, 4K. There's not much space left, but I'll look into it. Where are they all going to? Well, downtown, man. They're going to the downtown parts of the city. Railroad on the streets is the best choice right now. Fresh, I'm getting the very distinct vibe that that's what you want. That's what you want to see, not what the city needs. I don't know. Call me crazy. You're crazy. Well, yeah, we've established this, but also, I'm not the one that's saying put a train on a congested road. I mean, I like trains just as much as the next guy. Don't rest until the streets are at the tops of all the buildings. Mother of Jehoshaphat. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cretin, help me. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Thanks, man. Your problem is people. You just have to get rid of the people, and then there'd be no problem. Okay. Okay, that's fair. Alright, get rid of the traffic lights. Screw it. We'll just let that stew for a little while. Let it do its thing. Oh. Seems to be unclogging. Guys, I have to go take a leak. I'll be right back. New KSB2 screenshots just dropped showing off the biomes. Alright, I will check that, Thomas, when we get back. I gotta go take a leak. Be right back. Burp. back. How's the traffic cams look? Yeah, they're starting to prioritize either road, so that's good. Maybe we, fixed. Maybe we have fixed. Godzilla flew by? All right. Well, it might look like Godzilla, but due to international copyright law, it's not. But you should run like it is Godzilla, you know, even though it isn't. What are you working on today? Well, Dan, I'm trying to fix the traffic problems around the Sheffield Street interchange. So I got rid of the Sheffield Street interchange and I replaced it with this. You're gonna run like like it's international copyright. Yes, exactly. You don't want to get DMCA'd. We're not getting sued. We are not getting sued. It's the universal monster. It's different. It's like the Fargate. F. It's different from that movie that I have never seen, so how could I copy it? Yeah, a little close there, fellas. What's that, Sawyer? Ugh. I have to remove what the arrows are pointing at for a thermostat, basically disassemble the front of the engine, and it pays for 5 hours. Marshawn Lynch commentating golf was not an event on your bingo card. Huh. That's kind of cool, though. That looks cursed. Cursed with awesome. Once we fit in the rest of this stuff, dude, it'll be alright. Alright, let's build out another one. So we want to make it go down here, but where the heck do we want to get it to go? Got some open space right here. The sphere is so violently American, you love it. ARJ, you want ad time? Oh, okay. Okay. No, I'm sorry, Banana Bean. We won't do anything. For the people that are watching ads, we can just sit here. He can't hear you. Sorry. Who can't hear who, Race Pace?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, ARJ gifted him a sub. What's wrong, Alex? You feel a little guilty? I hate running ads. My chat requests it, dude. We're trying to disable those damn pre-rolls, you know? But yeah. What did it take for you to make the simulation happy? I shut off rain, basically. I overrode the rain, so rain doesn't happen anymore. It's just basically sunny all the time. The rain actually slowed us down a good deal. Yeah, believe it or not. Kind of crazy. Traffic's actually dispersing out of that. That's pretty freaking cool. But it's only because this is metering the flow. If all of this went onto that road, we'd got to... Oh, fucking waggles. Alright, we're gonna prototype something. Sorry, Bodega. I'm just gonna hook up all the other on-ramps here, just to see what happens. I don't want traffic lights here. Get rid of those. And I definitely don't want those. I actually hate how that looks, so, you know, that's good. Because the abutment is going into the frickin' road. Let's grab this. It's not gonna be the prettiest, but it'll work. Yeah, that's why, Stanko, I'm just kind of letting it do its thing. Looks like we might need this. Just move that road over just a little bit. And then go in here like this. See if we can pick up on the elevation right there. Pick up on the elevation. You know, the elevation. There you go. Hey Joe, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Been good, man? All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, Hyper, it didn't like it when we tried to clear the traffic. Just let it do its thing, dudes. It's hard to see it in slow motion. So everybody that thinks they have a solution here, well, there's no way you could possibly know what's good for this. We just gotta give it time. Look, the traffic jam that was down there, I fixed it, but it took some time to fix it. It is an epic jam, though. Yeah, of course they have guitars. How's your day? I got a terrible headache, Joe. Like, that's what's screwing with me today. I can't really think straight. But it's alright. I thought I was dehydrated, but I've drank a ton of water. I just didn't sleep right. Yeah, we made a new parking lot. Exactly. Yeah, I took 4 ibuprofen, Zeph. How's Moranis looking? Already people whining about high rent, and people whining about high rent in Stuttgart as well. What am I still using that thing for? Whatever happened to the automatons? They're down in the house, believe it or not. I'm changing the subject a little bit. I got tired of looking at all that traffic. Let's just wait and see if it clears it out. There we go. I didn't think this ramp would be this damn freaking popular, but it is. Okay. Because that became the most direct route into the city for the AI. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. There are other options without eminent domain. I didn't eminent domain any building. In fact, we actually zoned more real estate here. We zoned more real estate for all that. Why are the ones in front going so slow? It's just the simulation, dude. 350 Gs is a lot for the game to understand. It's really taxing out my processor. That's okay. Yeah, it's a lot to process. Take a look at that. Yep. It's a lot.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Edmano, what's up, dude? 97 months for the AIM 97. Nice. This is the debug tool. Why are you stopping? Don't stop here. Why did you step on the brakes? No, I don't want a heavy band traffic, guys. Nope, don't want to do that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
47 months from Vulcan. I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence and you can't stop me. Go away, water. Double the entrance to the medium height road so it has 3 lanes to enter. I don't think that's gonna fix it. I think this will fix it, to be honest with you. That's gonna really piss the computer off, but it's all right. Hey guys, I'm not really feeling too good. The headache is not, it's not subsiding. It's getting worse. Sometimes you get migraines, dude, staring at the monitor all day, and I didn't get enough sleep. So I'm gonna call it after 8. I usually stream about 10 hours, but yeah, we'll pick up this traffic fixing problem tomorrow, and we'll make the push to 400K. Ideally, I think the simulation can go to about a half mil, but it'll be really, really laggy. But yeah, the migraine's killing me, dude. It's freaking killing me. So I saved and everything. I'm gonna stop just a little bit early tonight, dudes. Don't worry, everything's fine. I'll just get a good night's sleep. I'll be fine in the morning. Remember, don't make plans on Friday. Starship launch, which would be pretty cool. But anyway, thank you very much. That intersection was sick, dude. I'm super happy how crazy you can actually get with building intersections. I still want to do something like that with the Lincoln Tunnel, and that means making a tunnel to, you know, that means making a tunnel to our city somehow. But anyway, also a 2 test stand. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. I'm just, yeah, I'm not feeling too good. So let's go see who we can raid. Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for watching. I do appreciate it, everybody. Been a little pissy today because my freaking head's killing me, but you know, I figure, you know, you give it a good shot. Give it a good shot, and then you go. Let's see. Yeah, rest up. Yeah. Let's see. Let's look around.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, JJ Boston, 7-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, let's see. I'm just looking around who's still streaming. That's Alex's streaming, dude. We can go see what he's up to. He's playing Crusader Kings. Let's go see. Night, guys. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go lie down. Let's call in a raid over there, and migraine raid with panels. Let me see the panels over there. I want to see the panels. You're gonna show me the panels, all right, for our city. I posted in chat what you should do. Let's go drop a raid over on Etel. He's a good dude. Really, really, really good streamer. He's playing some Crusader Kings. Go see what he's up to, and I will talk to you guys all tomorrow. I threw in the towel after 7.5 hours, which is, I usually stream way longer than this, but yeah. I'm going to go lie down. I'm going to take it easy. This migraine ain't going away. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, And have a good night.